Hello. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Check audio check. Check this. প্রথমে শুনবে আচ্ছা হেড চলো হ্যালো চেক টেস্ট চেক 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Check.
Check
Check
one.
one. হয়েছে তো থ্যাংক ইউ
আছে তো আমাকে 30 টাকা হচ্ছে দেখলাম খুচরো। ও আমাকে শুরুতেই বলেছে খুচরো দিতে হবে। অনলাইন না কোনটা ব্যাগ
এবং অন্যান্য সমস্ত ডিগনিটারিজ, সেক্রেটারি অফ দিস ফাউন্ডেশন কমিটি, আমাদের যিনি পতাকা উত্তোলন করবেন আমাদের প্রাক্তন ডিন স্যার প্রফেসর অমলকান্তি দাস এবং অন্যান্য সকল হেড অফ দি ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং অন্য ডিগনিটারিজ, স্কুল অফ নার্সিং এর টিচার এবং অন্যান্য সকলকে অভিবাদন জানিয়ে আজ আমরা এই অনুষ্ঠান শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি। আমরা সকলেই জানি যে IPGME&R আমার দেশের মধ্যে শুধু নয়, আন্তর্জাতিক স্তরে তার যে সম্মানের সঙ্গে জায়গা করে নিয়েছে। প্রতি বছর এই অনুষ্ঠানের মাধ্যমে আমরা সেটাকে স্বীকৃতি দিই এবং আমরা গর্বিত বোধ করি যে আমরা সকলে এই একটি অত্যন্ত একটা উচ্চ মানের ইনস্টিটিউটে কাজ করি। আমরা তার ছোট ছোট যন্ত্রাংশ হয়ে নিজেদেরকে গর্বিত বোধ করি এবং চেষ্টা করি যে তার মধ্যে যে গর্ব যোগ হয় যেন প্রত্যেক বছর। আজকে তার 65তম দিবস। আমাদের এখান থেকে যে পরিমাণ পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্ট এবং আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্ট তৈরি হয়েছে, তারা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ইতিমধ্যে আন্তর্জাতিক স্তরে এবং জাতীয় স্তরে তাদের পজিশন তৈরি করেছে এবং ইনস্টিটিউটের সম্মান তারা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ক্যারি করে নিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। আজ এই অত্যন্ত কঠিন সময়ের মধ্যেও কিন্তু আমরা কোথাও সেখান থেকে পিছিয়ে যাচ্ছি না এক মুহূর্ত। আমরা অত্যন্ত কঠিন পরিস্থিতিতে আজকে যে আমাদের যে ফাউন্ডেশন ডে প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে তার সঙ্গে আরেকটি সমাপতন হয়েছে যে আজকে ভ্যাকসিন রোল আউটের যে জাতীয় স্তরে সমস্ত জায়গাতে চালু হচ্ছে, IPGME&R তার প্রধান জায়গা হিসাবে শুরু করছে এবং এই দুটো মিলিত প্রোগ্রামের মাঝখানেও আমরা অত্যন্ত গর্বের সঙ্গে আজকে এই দিন পালন করব। দিনের শুরুতে যে পতাকা উত্তোলন করবেন আমাদের প্রাক্তন ডিন স্যার, যিনি অত্যন্ত পপুলার মানুষ, প্রফেসর অমল কান্তি দাস, যারা খুব সদ্য রিটায়ার করে গেছেন এবং যারা এই মানে একটা ইনস্টিটিউটের গর্ব প্রধান স্তম্ভ হিসেবে থাকেন, তারা পতাকা উত্তোলনের জন্য আসেন এবং আমাদেরকে সেই গর্বে সামিল করেন। আমি প্রথমেই ডেকে নেব প্রফেসর অমল কান্তি দাস স্যারকে, যে তিনি যেন আজকে এই দিবসে পতাকা উত্তোলনের জন্য তিনি আসেন এবং তার সঙ্গে আমাদের ডিরেক্টর স্যার প্রফেসর মণিবল বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এবং প্রফেসর অমল কান্তি দাস, যিনি রোদ্দুর হয়ে আমাদের মধ্যে এখনো আমাদের কর্মযোগ্য, আমাদের গর্ব, আমাদের শিক্ষায় তার যে পতাকা সে উপরে উঠছে, আপনারা সকলে তাকে তালি দিয়ে সেই গর্বে সামিল হচ্ছেন। দিন স্যার, প্লিজ সঙ্গ দিন। IPGME&R is the mark of care, career and quality. এই প্রত্যেকটি বিষয় আমরা প্রত্যেক দিনের কাজের মধ্য দিয়ে আমাদের ফুটিয়ে তুলি। কেয়ার, কেরিয়ার, কোয়ালিটি, এটা আমাদের হলমার্ক অফ IPGME&R। এই পতাকা ওঠার যে অনুষ্ঠান সারাদিন ধরে যে বিস্তার করা হয়েছে সেটা হবে আমাদের LT7-এ। প্রফেসর শুভঙ্কর চৌধুরী স্যার এসে গেছেন, তিনি হচ্ছেন চেয়ারপারসন অফ দিস অর্গানাইজেশন। মাননীয় ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর অফ দিস ইউনিভার্সিটি এবং আমাদের অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের একজন প্রধান স্তম্ভ প্রফেসর রাজেন পান্ডে, তিনিও সঙ্গ দিন। আমরা এরপরেই আমাদের ডিরেক্টর, যিনি এই কর্মযজ্ঞের প্রধান কাণ্ডারি, তাকে দু একটি বিষয় বলার জন্য অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি।
Good morning, everybody. Basically, one of you service throughout the pandemic period. So this 65th Foundation Day bears a lot of significance mentally and physically for all of us. Within this 1 year, we have lost 2 of our healthcare workers in this corona fight, and basically in a very heavy heart I am unable to keep it within me that one of our senior professor right at this moment is also fighting corona in one of the hospitals in West Bengal. Still, the IPGME&R, the institution, the you people is so majestic, so respectable for me. Still, you have taken the responsibility of 65th Foundation Day celebration as well as rolling out of the corona vaccine on the same day, 2 laborious jobs you are accomplishing at the same time. Accept my heartfelt gratitude from me. And Professor Amol Kanti Das, who has raised the flag, is such a popular and smiling face, is an ex-student of the institution from which I have studied, Bankura Medical College. I am also very emotional in this aspect that we are able to get this smiling, ever popular Amol Kanti Das on this occasion. So have a nice celebration and ask everyone to maintain the corona protections because corona is still there. So no scope of any relaxation, and join in the appropriate site as has been notified. Thank you everyone.
ধন্যবাদ স্যার। ভেতর দিয়ে আমরা চলেছি গত 1 বছর ধরে, এবং কি কঠিন পরিস্থিতির মধ্যে আমরা হাসি মুখে আবার এখানে এসে দাঁড়িয়েছি নতুন প্রতিজ্ঞা নেবার জন্য, শপথ নেবার জন্য। গত 1 বছর ধরে যে দুটো মানুষ কাণ্ডারি হিসেবে কাজ করেছেন ঠান্ডা মাথায় হাসি মুখে, সেই ডিরেক্টর এবং আমাদের MSBP স্যার, আমরা এই উত্তাল সময়ের মধ্য দিয়ে এই একটা মেয়েদের তরি বেয়ে চলেছি। প্রধান দুজন কাণ্ডারি হাসি মুখে দায়িত্বের সঙ্গে একদম দৃঢ়তার সঙ্গে আমাদেরকে কিন্তু সেই বৈঠায় বসিয়ে নিয়ে চলেছেন। তার আরেকজন কাণ্ডারি যিনি এটা চলছেন, তিনি প্রফেসর রঘুনাথ মিশ্র, হাসি মুখে এত দায়িত্ব যে পালন করতে পারেন সেটা কিন্তু আমরা দেখে বিস্মিত। এই ধরনের মানুষ যদি আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউটের উপরে থাকেন, আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউট কিন্তু জাতীয় এবং আন্তর্জাতিক স্তরে যে যাবে সেটা বিস্ময়ের নয়। প্রফেসর রঘুনাথ মিশ্র, MSBP স্যার, কিছু আমাদেরকে জানিয়ে এই অনুষ্ঠানকে সম্বোধন করুন স্যার।
সুপ্রভাত। এই 65তম প্রতিষ্ঠা দিবসে আমি সবাইকে জানাই আন্তরিক অভিনন্দন। এই দিনটা 65 বছর আগে যে শুরু হয়েছিল ইনস্টিটিউট অফ পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট মেডিকেল এডুকেশন এবং রিসার্চের মাধ্যমে, অর্থাৎ পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট মেডিকেল এডুকেশন, আজকে কিন্তু আমাদের এই ইনস্টিটিউট শুধুমাত্র পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট মেডিকেল এডুকেশন দেয় না, আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট এবং প্রচুর তৈরি করে টেকনোলজিস্ট, নার্সিং স্টাফ। অর্থাৎ আমাদের এই ইনস্টিটিউটে এখন ছাত্রছাত্রী শুধুমাত্র পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট নয়, অনেক ছাত্রছাত্রী যারা সমস্ত বিষয়ে পড়াশোনা এখানে চলছে এবং তার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে বিশ্বে একটা ভালো রকম স্থান করে নিয়েছে শিক্ষার জগতে। এবং পশ্চিমবাংলা শুধু নয়, পূর্ব ভারতের মধ্যে একটা বড় রকম স্থান, 1 নম্বর স্থান আমাদের চিকিৎসা জগতে। এবং মেডিকেল যতগুলো মেডিকেল ইনস্টিটিউট আছে তার মধ্যে রিসার্চে একটা বড় স্থান আমাদের এই ইনস্টিটিউটে। আশা রাখবো এই আপনাদের সবার একান্ত চেষ্টায় এই ইনস্টিটিউট আমাদের বিশ্বে আরও উন্নতি করবে। এবং আমরা যে সময়টার মধ্যে পেরিয়ে যাচ্ছি, এই সময় বহু রকম ঘাত প্রতিঘাতের মধ্যে আজকে এসেছে এই জায়গায়, এবং একটা বড় রকম বাধা সারা পৃথিবী থেকেই উল্টে পাল্টে দিয়েছে সেখানে কিন্তু আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউটও ব্যতিক্রম নয়। কিন্তু ওই রকম সময়েও আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউটে রুগী দেখার সংখ্যা, রোগীর আউটডোরে বলুন, ইনডোরে বলুন, চিকিৎসার দিকে বলুন, আপনারা কেউই কিন্তু সেখানে সমস্ত রকম প্রতিঘাতের মধ্য দিয়েও সেই সেবা করে গেছেন এবং আমাদের কোনোদিনই সেইটা ঘাটতি ঘটেনি। আশা রাখবো আমাদের এই ইনস্টিটিউট আরও অনেক উন্নতি করবে এবং আমরা সবাই গর্বিত যে আমরা ইনস্টিটিউটে এখানে কাজ করি। এই বলে আমি আশা রাখবো যে আমাদের আরও উন্নতি হবে।
স্যার ধন্যবাদ। স্যার যেটা বলেছেন সত্যি কিন্তু কালকে আমাদের সমস্ত জায়গাতে প্রায় যে 9টি অনুষ্ঠানে আমাদের ভাগ করা হয়েছিল প্রেজেন্টেশনগুলিকে, সেখানে আমরা দেখেছি যে কি কোয়ালিটির প্রেজেন্টেশন প্রত্যেকটি জায়গাতে চলছে। আমরা শুধু এটাকে বুঝতে হবে যে কি পরিমাণ কোয়ালিটি আমাদের মধ্যে আছে, সেটাকে যাতে স্বীকৃতি দেওয়ার জন্য সেটার পাবলিকেশনে সকল দায়িত্ব নিতে পারেন সেটা মাথায় রাখতে হবে। কিন্তু শুধু এই কর্মযজ্ঞে সকলে যে হাসি মুখে সামিল হয়েছেন, যে হাসিটাই প্রধান কথা নয়, তার মধ্যে অন্তরে গভীর দুঃখ নিয়ে আমরা চলেছি। তার কারণ এই যে কঠিন সময়, তার মধ্যে আমরা অনেক আমাদের স্বজনকে হারিয়েছি। আমরা হারিয়েছি এর মধ্যে প্রিয়াঙ্কা মণ্ডল নামে আমাদের কার্ডিওলজির ICCU এর সিস্টারকে, যিনি করোনায় তার প্রাণ বিসর্জন দিয়েছেন এই লড়াইয়ের সামিল হবার সুযোগ হিসাবে। বিনতি সিনহা নামে আমাদের যে নার্সিং ইনচার্জ, তাকে সাময়িকভাবে অন্য হাসপাতালে পাঠানো হয়েছিল দায়িত্ব নিয়ে, বিদ্যাসাগর হাসপাতালে। তিনি সেখানে করোনার এই যে যুদ্ধে প্রাণ বিসর্জন দিয়েছেন। এবং ভারতী পিল্লাই নামে আমাদের ERS এর একজন স্টাফ, তিনিও দিয়েছেন। আমরা এখন এই উন্নতির মধ্যে থাকলেও সেই সমস্ত গর্বকে ঝেড়ে ফেলে তাদের আত্মার শান্তির জন্য আমরা 1 মিনিটের নীরবতা পালন করব, যাতে তাদের এই করোনা যুদ্ধে যারা সামিল হয়েছিলেন তাদের আত্মা শান্তি পায়। ধন্যবাদ। এখন আমরা স্কুল অফ নার্সিংয়ের GNM নার্সিং ছাত্রী যারা রয়েছেন তাদেরকে অনুরোধ করব উদ্বোধনী সঙ্গীত পরিবেশন করতে।
বহে নিরন্তর অনন্ত আনন্দ ধারা, বহে নিরন্তর অনন্ত আনন্দ ধারা। বাজে অসীম নভ মাঝে অনাদি রব, বাজে
আজকের যিনি প্রধান অতিথি সেই অমলকান্তি দাস স্যার, প্রফেসর অমলকান্তি দাস, তিনি আমাদের মধ্যে একটু রোদ্দুর বিতরণ করুন।
মাননীয় ডিরেক্টর প্রফেসর মণিময় ব্যানার্জি, মাননীয় মেডিকেল সুপারিনটেন্ডেন্ট কাম ভাইস প্রিন্সিপাল আমার ছোট ভাই প্রফেসর রঘুনাথ মিশ্র, আমার সন্তানবৎ প্রফেসর অভিজিৎ হাজরা, নার্সিং প্রিন্সিপাল এবং সমস্ত বিভাগীয় প্রধানরা, আজকে আমি এখানে এসেছি, আমার খুব ভালো লেগেছে। সবাই আমাকে এখনো রিকগনাইজ করছে। আমি ভেবেছিলাম সবাই হয়তো ভুলে যায়, যারা যারা রিটায়ার করে সবাই ভুলে যায়, এবং আজকে ফ্ল্যাগ ওয়েস্টিং এর মাধ্যমে আমি বুঝতে পারলাম আমি আজকে সত্যি রিটায়ার করেছি। আর তো IPGMR আমাকে ডাকবে না। তো আমার কাজটা ছিল একাডেমিক রিলেটেড। আমি যখন এখানে ডিন হয়েছিলাম 2011 সালের 28 ফেব্রুয়ারি, তার তুলনায় আজকে 2021-এ IPGMR
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Sound. Hello, check. Hello. 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 হ্যালো চেক। হ্যালো, রাইট, গন। আমরা লাইভে যাচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ, ভেরি গুড মর্নিং। এভরি টুডে is different, but when a today is like 16 Jan 2021 reminds us of an unmatched legacy, it becomes distinguished. Yes, this is indeed a distinguished day, since this is the foundation day and reunion of Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. We all know that for almost 1 year, the medical community is bravely leading worldwide struggle against dreaded virus. This is the new normal world. So arrangement of this year's Foundation Day celebration is somehow different than the earlier years. On behalf of the organizers, I request our distinguished guests present physically and virtually, all the attendees witnessing this program physically or virtually, to bear with us the exception and shift from the traditions. It's been a long and gruesome battle against this virus, but we did not lose our stand in this encounter. We held on to our grounds. Warriors who were in the front line had to endure the most. remembering such the ultimate sacrifice of warriors, including two of such warriors, staff nurse Priyanka Mondol and health worker Bharati Pillai, who were part of our very institution. I would like to request all present here to rise and observe 1 minute of silence. Please. Thank you. I want to remind everyone to put their mobiles in silence mode, please. Please. Now, Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra, Dean of the Student Affairs, will welcome this gathering.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries assembled in this hall, dignitaries listening to us over the live streaming on the internet, my colleagues, senior and junior, and all of our students out there listening to us. I feel honored and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all today to the 65th Foundation Day program of the Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. We are all part of IPGME&R and SSKM hospital family, and we have crossed one more year in the service of humanity and to the cause of medical education. What a year it has been. It has been a year of pandemic. It has been a year of lockdowns. When we last assembled 1 year back, we had no inkling that our world was going to turn topsy-turvy within a span of 2 months, and the state of affairs would continue into this year. Yet, through this whole year of pandemics and lockdowns, IPGME&R has not gone into lockdown. We have served, as always, with distinction. We were not a dedicated COVID hospital, but despite that, I'm sure all of you will agree that our contribution to the COVID-19 pandemic has not been something to be belittled. In any case, we have faced increased loads in some of the department, obstetrics and gynecology department, for instance. Our microbiology department has been a real trailblazer, and I'm sure that it has secured for itself a permanent place in the diagnostic map of public health epidemiology in this country. So these are achievements that we are all proud of. Our academics for the postgraduate students, the postdoctoral students did not stop. For our undergraduate students, we had initial 2 months hiatus, but after that, we shifted to online mode and our classes have been held. Our university has been supportive all throughout, and all the scheduled exams, the pending exams, have been held on schedule and the results declared. The postgraduate exams have been held. So these are no mean achievements in the midst of all this pandemic that is still raging. Today, it's a happy coincidence that our Foundation Day is coinciding with the onset of the vaccination program in this country. And once again, we are at the forefront of this massive effort against the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last years, we have learned many things. We have taken a close look at our strengths and weaknesses. I personally have marveled at the frailty of the human body and the resilience of the human spirit. So once again, I welcome you all. Today is the time to take a new pledge, to look back at our achievements over the past years, and to take our resolutions for the year which has come. Thank you again for being part of this program and wishing you all a happy new year. Long live IPGME&R.
Thanks to Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra. Now, at the very beginning of this celebration, we will present Saraswati Vandana by one of our GNM student, Sagota Mukherjee. Present Dr. Arun Banerjee Memorial Oration. Dr. Tal Danino, Professor of Columbia University, will deliver Dr. Arun Banerjee Memorial Oration 2021, Formal introduction will be cited by Professor Dr. Shubhankar Choudhury. Professor Dr. Makhun Lal Saha and Professor Dr. Mitali Chatterjee will grace the occasion as chairperson of Dr. Arun Banerjee Memorial Oration. All are cordially requested to come to the stage. Yeah, they will do it. After, just come.
As on other years, we have the prestigious Dr. Arun Kumar Banerjee Memorial Oration this year as well. We know Dr. Banerjee was a very active member of this institute, joined the Department of Pathology. He was actively involved with the development of the typhoid vaccine in collaboration with WHO. Unfortunately, such an active person didn't last long on this earth. He died at a very young age of 32 years. And in his memory, we have this oration every year. Every year we have renowned people delivering this oration. This year we are fortunate to have Dr. Tal Danino, who is not a doctor, not a physician, but a scientist. He is a synthetic biologist. He is assistant professor in the Department of Biomedical Engineering at the Columbia University in New York in USA. He has kindly consented to deliver this talk. And he, apart from carrying out cutting edge research, and especially his field is programming of bacteria to do various tasks for us, including delivering payloads to tumors to kill them. He's also involved in arts. He creates arts out of bacteria growing culture, cancer cells growing, and he has actually been featured in the New York Times and other prestigious newspapers in the USA. So with these, we have this, the plaque, which we would at some point of time hopefully present to him physically. And we welcome Dr. Tal Danino amongst us to deliver his talk. And it is in the realm of synthetic biology and how to program bacteria in diagnosis and treatment. So it's over to Dr. Tal Danino.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tal Danino. I'm currently an associate professor at Columbia University in the Biomedical Engineering Department. I wanted to thank the organizers for the invitation to speak to you here today on the Founders Day event. I'm really excited to tell you about our research that is on the interface of synthetic biology and cancer research. So let me just share my screen here. And then we can get started. Okay. So I wanted to start out by telling you a little bit about the rich and interesting history between bacteria and cancer therapy. And this is actually a really unique story, specifically where in a hospital over 150 years ago, a female patient came and was put in the bed of a previous patient that had a bacterial infection. She had a tumor on her neck. And this was before anything was known about sterility. Imagine this really old hospital setting. And she developed all the signs of a bacteria infection, not surprisingly. But after about the course of a week or two, her tumor actually stopped growing. And this was really the first account that bacteria had some effect on the growth of tumors. Like I mentioned, it was over 150 years ago. And it wasn't until several decades later that a scientist named William Coley, who worked here in the New York area, found this case in a couple dozen cases where there was a correlation between bacterial infections and tumor regression, specifically erysipelas infections. He had this idea that he could then inject bacteria to purposely cause the reduction in growth or the regression of specific kinds of tumors. And he did this in a variety of different ways, first using live bacteria, and then also he inactivated bacteria in mixtures of different bacteria, specifically in patients that had inoperable bone and soft tissue sarcomas. And his methods actually met with significant success. Up to 50% response rate was observed for patients that had sarcomas. It turns out it doesn't work that well. It wasn't found to work that well in carcinomas at the time. And for this work, although it was not quite appreciated at this time, he's known as the father of immunotherapy, and the idea that the injection of bacteria stimulated the immune system in some way that caused the patient's host immune system to respond and assist in the immunotherapy or in the reduction of tumor burden. So at that time, this was in the early 1900s, the widespread availability of antibiotics, considered the safety aspects of injecting a patient with bacteria, along with the beginnings of radiation and chemotherapy, really led to the demise of this line of research. And so today, a lot has been known since the time of William Coley's almost 100 years ago. And one of the key and most interesting facts about the relationship between bacteria and cancer is that bacteria actually have the ability to selectively grow inside of tumor environments. Now, this happens when bacteria enter through the vasculature. If they enter healthy tissue, they're cleared rapidly by immune cells. If they enter the tumor, specifically the core of a tumor, which has an immunoprivileged environment, they use it as a safe haven to grow and thrive. And they're, like I mentioned, rapidly cleared from healthy adjacent tissue or other healthy organs in the body. So this is a really unique observation that has been known for many decades. And several species of bacteria have been shown to grow inside of tumor environments. Today, I'm going to primarily talk about E. coli and Salmonella, which are some of our favorites in observing and utilizing this process. But here you can see some really quick glimpses of the data where we do an intravenous injection into a mouse. This is the classic experiment we do. And you see with bioluminescent E. coli, just shortly after injection, 24 hours, you see luminescence in the hind flank tumors of these mice and no growth inside of any of the organs. And then if you harvest the organs, you see they do in fact selectively colonize these tumors, reach high levels of bacteria inside tumors, and they're cleared rapidly from the other organs. So this happens by intravenous injection. Like I mentioned, bacteria enter through the vasculature. You could deliver them potentially through other ways, which I'll talk about later on. And like I mentioned, this happens because the amplification in the tumor environment, the bacteria actually land everywhere, both in tumors and in other organs at a low density at first, but they selectively grow only in the tumor core. And that's an environment that's amenable to certain types of bacteria. They have to be able to survive hypoxia, low pH, and grow in this necrotic tissue in the tumor core. So like I mentioned, E. coli and Salmonella are the focus of my talk today, but other species that are actually obligate anaerobes have also been shown to grow in the hypoxic tumor environment. So probably I just want to end this note. It's important for the rest of the talk to understand this phenomenon. And I would say probably the most exciting aspect of this approach is that essentially bacteria have the ability to colonize essentially all solid tumors in a manner that's independent of genetics. So in contrast to other cancer therapies that target a specific molecular pathway or receptor of a particular cancer type, The approach here is targeting the hallmarks of a solid tumor, which is quite a universal targeting mechanism. And within our lab, we've shown that the systemic delivery of bacteria could colonize a wide variety of different tumor types, whether it's human tumors, mouse tumors that are orthotopically implanted, hind flank implanted, genetic mouse models, whether they're in the colon, the mammary fat pad, liver metastases. So it's quite a universal phenomenon that has been demonstrated in mouse models to colonize tumors. So I would say that I'm presenting this in sort of a simple way and from more of an observational perspective in the context of our lab, but actually it's been known for several decades, and many groups have actually studied this phenomenon and how exactly it happens. And it turns out that, like I mentioned, the bacteria enter tumors through the vasculature that is oftentimes leaky and is not well formed, and their accumulation is actually enhanced by the EPR effect, similar to other macromolecules. It turns out that active mechanisms such as motility are not required for colonization. So if you knock out the flagella, bacteria will actually still colonize. So think about them as a large particle that gets stuck inside of the tumor and then selectively grows. But people have actually shown that motility could enhance their distribution within a tumor environment, and that has some potential implications for therapy. There's also things that happen on the host response side of things that could aid in colonization, such as TNF-alpha stimulation. And like I mentioned, when the bacteria are in the tumor core, they're selectively growing. And in doing so, as you can see here in the top right, or actually in the top left, they're contained here by neutrophils and other immune cells, and they actually cause even more necrosis than if there were no bacteria present in the environment. And so this idea actually that the bacteria, just by competing with cancer cells, stimulating either the immune system systemically or the cancer cells, their innate immunity, and by producing certain kinds of toxins, could actually have a therapeutic effect. And so probably in the late 1990s, people were starting to better understand this process of using bacteria to target tumors, and they began to make headway in not only testing this in mouse models, but also testing this in clinical trials. So people always ask me, how do you inject bacteria into patients? Doesn't it lead to sepsis? And it turns out that things you can do to attenuate the bacteria are reduce their immunogenicity. So you can make genetic knockouts that stimulate TNF-alpha to a much lower degree and increase the lethal dose. You can change their, you can do that by changing the structure of their membrane, which actually makes them much less recognizable and hence safer. And you can also attenuate them by making them oxytrophic and removing their abilities to grow without certain amino acids. And so a strain of Salmonella typhimurium that was knocked out for both immunogenicity and pathogenicity was injected into patients at levels of up to 300 million bacteria intravenously, and these were patients that had metastatic melanoma. And what they demonstrated in these dose escalating trials is that there was colonization observed in some fraction of patients, but there was no efficacy. And so one of the conclusions that you can draw from this was almost 20 years ago now, is that really the therapeutic effect of these particular kinds of bacteria, perhaps they were too attenuated to have a therapeutic effect, but these particular bacteria alone were not sufficient to generate a therapeutic response. And so at the same time, the title of my talk is about synthetic biology. People really started to think about how can we further engineer these bacteria to increase efficacy by getting them to produce a particular recombinant payload within the tumor while still maintaining the safety aspect that was observed in these past trials. And so what are the types of things that we can do with bacteria? So we have this picture that the bacteria colonize the tumors, and you can think of them as essentially intratumoral bioreactors that could locally produce and release therapeutics into the surrounding tumor environment. And the therapeutics that bacteria can make include proteins, peptides, different types of RNA molecules, and even small molecule chemotherapies. And we can make things like cytokines and chemokines, even heterodimeric versions of these things, and have them still be functional in the context of human therapy. The advantage here, is that we could start to think about producing potentially therapeutic cargo that was known to be toxic when delivered systemically, but produce it locally. And in this way, the bacteria are acting. You can think of them as a microbial Trojan horse. They get into the tumor and then they can express therapeutic cargo. And they can do so at high concentrations because they amplify to very high levels. In terms of safety, you can always have a fail-safe of delivering antibiotics to clear these bacteria. That's been shown in both mouse and human models. And you can engineer all different types of things within these bacteria. One of the key things that's important here is not only could you do these simple types of genetic engineering approaches, but you could also begin to use the developments of synthetic biology to produce and control these potentially toxic payloads that you could be making. So you don't want them to necessarily leak out of the tumor. You don't want them to be produced before the bacteria reach the tumor, things like that. And so there are a variety of systems that are now getting to be more straightforward to build, where you can construct genetic circuits that sense A, B, and C about the environment, and the bacteria compute something and then produce, for instance, a diagnostic or a therapeutic in response. This is work out of Christopher Voigt's lab at MIT. There's other groups who have been developing, including our own, different types of containment systems where you only have the bacteria grow under certain conditions that is restricted to the tumor environment, or they have kill switches where after they perform a particular function, they then kill the bacteria themselves. And there's also a variety of different bacterial communication systems where you can not just program a single bacterium, but also a population of bacteria as a whole to act in a synchronous fashion. So synthetic biology is one of the main advances that has happened in bacteria therapies in the last few decades that allows us to improve this general approach. Another aspect which has come up in the last few decades that I'm sure you're aware of is really the prevalence of the microbiome inside of the body. And this is not only a scientific shift, but also a cultural shift in thinking about different types of probiotics and engineered bacteria systems that could modulate existing microbiomes, whether they're in the gut, potentially then modulating cancer therapies, or even, in fact, locally inside of tumors. And it's been known for quite some time now that bacteria in most patient tumors, depending on the tumor type, actually are present in significant amounts that actually could be influencing both therapeutic efficacy of systemically delivered chemotherapies or immunotherapies, for instance, but also other therapies such as bacteria therapies, cell therapies, and viral therapies. So we really think about this is in some ways a natural phenomenon that bacteria are already in tumors. Well, we can use those bacteria or our bacteria to act as a natural delivery system to tumors inside of patients. And I forgot to mention, it is known that in many of these patients that have bacteria in the tumors, there's no signs of recurrent infection. So we know they stay fairly contained to the tumors. In addition, in the landscape of cancer immunotherapies in recent years, I think we're all familiar with CAR T cell therapies and checkpoint inhibitors and oncolytic viral therapies, which are all somewhat recently approved in terms of the scheme of the sort of the history of cancer therapies, and all of these approaches, while have been really amazing in their advancements for patients, still actually have a large set of unmet needs. And these are particularly for solid tumors, which is exactly where bacteria have a niche that they like to colonize solid tumors, especially the core of a solid tumor, which is actually challenging to deliver drugs to. And many of the limitations of these current immunotherapies revolve around safety and efficacy. Either some types of tumors are immunologically cold or non-responsive to checkpoint inhibitors or other types of immunotherapies, and also solid tumors being challenging to cell-based therapies because of limited diffusion or the permissive environment of the tumor microenvironment. So there's also safety concerns where there's either off-target effects, including fatigue, renal, cardiac, and other toxicity caused by immunotherapies. You're activating the immune system, and that can happen also on target but off tumor because some of these targets are not specifically expressed inside of tumors alone. So really, we feel like bacteria have a unique niche in addressing some of the challenges of cancer immunotherapies. Okay, so I've taken up a lot of time with the overview for this talk. I'm going to give you a couple of brief examples of synthetic biology and how we think about using bacteria as a cancer therapy. The first is synthetic biology. What do we mean by synthetic biology? So this is a really early example of when I was a student and designed the circuit of 3 genes here that interact with one another, produce a positive feedback here through this promoter system, and negative feedback that chews up this small orange molecule that's produced by the LuxI gene. And this positive negative feedback system has the design through computational modeling and theoretical work that we did to produce oscillations in gene expression inside of a bacteria. And in addition to that, we engineered specifically the component that has a quorum sensing small AHL molecule that can freely diffuse between bacteria and actually allow them to communicate. So when you visualize the system through time-lapse microscopy in a microfluidic device, you can see that the bacteria grow here really nicely in the microfluidic device. And when we look in the fluorescence channel, which is to observe the behavior of the genetic circuit, this is what we saw. And so here's an example of the bacteria producing this oscillatory behavior that I mentioned, and they're doing it in a synchronous fashion because we've engineered them to communicate with one another through that quorum sensing system. It works quite well at a smaller scale, and at a larger scale, the synchronization actually breaks and it turns into these traveling waves. You can see them going across the screen here. And one of my favorite experiments here, you can see this microbial colony, and as it grows, you'll see this quorum sensing phenomena in action with the engineered circuit that we've built. So here the bacteria reach a critical mass, and then they produce this fluorescent protein that you can see propagates outward as the colony grows. And so we've studied this phenomenon for quite some time and built mathematical models for it. You can imagine these bacteria inside of a tumor and performing these kinds of functions in synchrony. And this is actually one of my favorite experiments. We call it the supernova because it looks like an exploding star. So really, I would say that I don't have a lot of time to talk about this today, but the beauty of this engineering approach to microbes is that we can then optimize our circuitry in the next iteration to build even more complex or relevant circuits for our particular kinds of applications. And so Omar Din, who was a graduate student in Jeff Hasty's lab, took the circuit that I built with the quorum sensing system and put another gene, it's actually a phage lysis gene, that could produce and lyse the bacteria, essentially burst them open. And the function of that was such that when the bacteria hit a critical mass, they can then lyse themselves and release a therapeutic protein. And so the idea is that after they lyse, a small number of them actually survive the lysis event, and then they re-seed the colony and they could continuously actually grow and deliver this fluorescent protein in a particular period. So you can see that happening in this movie. The bacteria hit a critical mass, they produce the fluorescent protein, and then they burst open. And they actually leave behind what's called the ghost shell of bacteria. And we started thinking about this in the therapeutic context as well. This LPS that's being released by the bacteria actually could act as an adjuvant therapy in and of itself, in addition to the recombinant therapy that we produce with the bacteria. And so this system has a lot of interesting features. The first is that the quorum sensing, the critical density of bacteria, is only reached inside of the tumor. So it's selectively turned on in the tumor, not in other areas where the bacteria don't grow. The second is that they lyse, and they both can release the therapy, which you need to get out of the bacteria, and they also release this adjuvant, all the bacterial contents, along with the LPS that could stimulate the immune system. And then there's an additional safety feature, which these bacteria could keep population levels quite low in as they oscillate and continuously produce a particular recombinant therapy. So Omar actually did several experiments showing that bacteria could repeatedly lyse and grow inside of tumors. He also demonstrated that when put alongside cancer cells, that the cancer cells would only actually, in fact, start to die once the bacteria reached a quorum and lysed. So you can see as these bacteria turn green here, the cancer cells begin to die. And so without either lysis or the therapeutic that was produced, this is just a toxin, the cancer cells survive the bacteria just fine. We demonstrated some work on our end that the lysis circuit could actually continuously lyse in vivo repeatedly over time inside of mouse models of cancer. That's compared to controls that would just continuously grow inside of tumors because they don't have a strong therapeutic effect. And then one of the things that my lab has primarily been focused on is this idea that we could start to think about, well, what are the best and optimal therapeutics to produce? And so now imagine the lysing bacteria producing and releasing a therapy. So this is some work that was led by Shreyan Chaudhary in our lab, and he started looking at the CD47 SERP alpha axis. And what he demonstrated, or what he thought about, was actually that CD47 is this target that's overexpressed on the surface of many tumor cells. It's also expressed on the surface of healthy cells like red blood cells. And there are a lot of challenges in targeting this axis because there are on-target off-tumor effects, and specifically thrombocytopenia and anemia that come about from the delivery of systemic antibodies. So he thought, well, maybe I can produce an antagonist to the system locally. And CD47 is expressed on many different types of tumors, both in terms of high fold expression and also in terms of the percent of cells that express CD47. And so while we can't exactly produce full antibodies targeting CD47 in bacteria, Shreyan chose to target nanobodies, which are the single heavy chain antibody equivalents that come from camelids like llamas and alpacas. And so we express just the VHH domain of these single heavy chain antibodies that are called nanobodies. And they actually have very strong binding properties. And they actually have a short half-life, which can be good in thinking of delivering it systemically, but it leads to poor accumulation of nanobodies inside of tumors. So we thought we can actually produce a lot of these nanobodies inside of tumors. So Shreyan built the system, and we found that with intratumoral injections into lymphoma mouse models, that we could actually completely eliminate these tumors with bacterial injections. And here we're comparing the synchronized lysis circuit bacteria, SLC, making the nanobody here or not making the nanobody here in green, where you see some effect due to the innate stimulation of the LPS from the bacteria, but not a sustained or durable response. So it turns out this was a strong therapeutic effect that we observed reduced numbers of metastases, increased survival, and at the end of 90 days, when the majority of these mice survived, we re-challenged them with the same tumor cells, in fact 2 times higher concentration. And we found that these mice couldn't actually be grafted with tumor cells. Only naive mice could be grafted. And so we were seeing a durable response, which led us to investigate this a little bit further. So here, we did one of probably the classic experiment, which is to inject just a single flank of a mouse that has 2 tumors. And what we saw is that not only did 4 of the 5 mice with the injected tumors now clear, the uninjected tumor also began to shrink or reduce the growth rate, depending on the mouse. So this was quite a surprising effect because it hadn't been observed in bacterial therapies, and it's what's called an abscopal effect that has been known in radiation therapy. So we went on to characterize this system, and we've been working quite closely with Nick Arpaio's lab, who was also Shreyan's mentor. And what we demonstrated is that the bacteria injected into a single flank don't migrate to another tumor, and no therapeutics are leaking out of the tumor and going to the other tumor. So that's not what's causing this abscopal effect, but rather in the untreated tumor, we actually see increased levels of infiltrating and activated CD8 positive T cells, along with interferon gamma that's also produced. So the idea is that here locally inside of a tumor that's injected, bacteria are actually stimulating both CD4 and CD8 T cells, and then these T cells are then migrating to the other tumor to enact their therapeutic response. And in fact, it happens in an antigen-specific fashion. So if you ex vivo re-stimulate these A20 lymphoma cells, which are antibody-producing cells with the specific MHC class 1 restricted peptide that corresponds to their unique idiotype, you actually see a specific response in just the CD8 T cells alone. And so this tells us that the bacteria are enacting an antigen-specific response specific to these A20 cells. So there's a variety of controls that we did here demonstrating that it's really quite necessary to have the bacteria live and lysing. Components such as the antibody, the MyOp301 antibody, or a co-injection of the antibody with bacteria that don't produce the therapeutic, or a recombinant antibody, they all have some therapeutic effect, but you don't observe the clearance until you have the bacteria live and lysing and continuously releasing the therapy. We also demonstrated effects in intravenous delivery. They're not as strong, but they're actually stronger than the current antibodies that are available, both in the triple-negative breast cancer model and also in a B16 melanoma model. And in terms of safety, we also looked at intravenous delivery and found that if you compare the antibody targeting CD47, you see, like I mentioned, reduced platelet counts analogous to what you would see in the clinical trials, but our therapy actually has improved tolerability and doesn't result in any body weight reductions, and has a nice biodistribution where the bacteria are relegated to the specific tumor. So just to summarize again, the mechanism that we're observing is that bacteria are injected into tumors. It could be systemically administered, but in the context here, intratumorally administered into one tumor, they actually increase phagocytosis, which I didn't talk about today. That's the mechanism where you block CD47 SERP alpha that leads to increased phagocytosis and hence broader and increased tumor antigen presentation that stimulates CD4 and CD8 T cells that migrate to adjacent tumors in the mouse and lead to systemic immunity. So I'm going to skip over some remaining topics, but we've been working on probiotic versions of our bacteria and optimizing the system. Candace in our laboratory has expressed multiple PD-L1 and CTLA-4 checkpoint nanobody inhibitors, along with even cytokines and chemokines that improve the response. And we have basically been thinking about this now from a broader context. And I started off the talk with William Coley's work. He looked at streptococci and how they had some effect on sarcomas. This is one, really interesting matching. As you know, BCG therapy is another type of bacteria that is used clinically today for bladder cancer. So there's another really interesting pairing there of bacteria. in cancer therapy. And so we are thinking about really not just finding these unique combinations, but starting to design and actually engineer specific systems that could actually be engineered to have the right properties for particular kinds of systems. And so we're building a variety of different high throughput technologies that would allow us to do this at a large scale. And, so with that, I'm just going to go into the summary. And so we're trying to address many of the future challenges in these fields and thinking about how to best engineer the bacteria for control, the best therapies, the best types of bacteria, and the best clinical settings. And so that's a big focus of our laboratory in thinking about this problem. So I wanted to end the talk on just one additional note that is, I think, an interesting thing that our lab does. And in thinking broadly about the ability to program bacteria and program living organisms in cancer research, we have been creating a lot of art out of materials from the laboratory to help share the vision of our research. And so this is one example of a piece that I worked on with Vic Muniz, where it's a mandala that's essentially made out of bacteria, or in this case, cancer cells. You can see them here when you zoom in to this image. And one of the things that I believe in is that visual art allows us to communicate science in a universal way that transcends language and other barriers and the complicated jargon of science. And often, while cancer research can be very impactful, it doesn't always connect with the human experience. And so that's why I work on creating art and working with artists to try to engage people at a fundamentally deeper level, which I think actually can lead to creative innovations for the future of cancer research. Okay, so with that, I just want to thank everybody in our laboratory, specifically the work today that I talked about, that was led by Shreyan Chowdhury and also Candice Korbatri. We work very closely with Nick Arpaia, who's an immunologist, and Sangeeta Bhatia, as well as Jeff Hasty, who are some of my past advisors that we have been developing this technology for with, and our funding sources that come from both
Now I request any one of the chairperson to conclude the session with a note of thanks to with a note of thanks to Dr. Tal Ladino.
Thanks to Dr. Danino for presenting a new vista of cancer research. So cancer was traditionally treated by radical surgery, then gone down to minimal surgery, then gone to the oncologist for chemo and radiation with lot of side effects. So we are finding a new hope for cancer treatment. I hope this research will translate into clinical applications, already in clinical applications. So we have a nice presentation by Dr. Danino for a new vista in clinical research. I thank Dr. Danino for his beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir and madam. Now we are going to the next phase of our program. It is my immense pleasure to request dignitaries of this celebration to come to stage. You know, today the Pan-India vaccination program has also launched here. So in another part of this institution, there is a Rajshua Yogya is going on. Our director sir is busy there. Thanks that our NSDB sir has just come. So I am requesting all the dignitaries, Professor Dr. Raghunath Misro, MSVP, IPGME and SSKMH, Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra, Dean of the Student Affairs, IPGME&R, Dr. Professor Utpolendu Das, President Alumni Association, IPGME&R, Dr. Mriganko Mouli Saha, Secretary Alumni Association, IPGME&R, Professor Dr. Shubhankar Choudhury, Chairman Organizing Committee, Professor Dr. Rajendra Pandey, Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Health Sciences, Professor Dr. Gautam Ganguly, Secretary Organizing Committee. We also sincerely note virtual presence of Srimati Chandrima Bhattacharya, MOS, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Nobel Laureate Professor Abhijit Binayak Banerjee, Chief Guest, Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Director of Medical Education, West Bengal, Dr. Ajoy Chakraborty, Director of Health Services, West Bengal, Dr. Tamal Krishnakanti Ghosh, Special Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department. The dignitaries and distinguished guests will be welcomed with flower bouquet and badges also. Dr. Raghunath Misro, Medical Superintendent as Vice Principal, SSKM Hospital. Dr. Abhijit Hajra, Professor Abhijit Hajra, Dean of the Student Affairs. Professor Dr. Utpolendu Das, President Alumni Association, IPGME&R. Dr. Mriganko Mouli Saha, Secretary Alumni Association, IPGME&R. Professor Dr. Shubhankar Choudhury, Chairman Organizing Committee of Celebration Day. Professor Dr. Gautam Ganguly, Secretary Organizing Committee of Foundation Day. Now, let there be light. I cordially request all the dignitaries to kindle the lamp of wisdom and knowledge of this institute. Please. Heartiest thanks to all the dignitaries for kindling the lamp. May I request all the dignitaries to grace the stage again. As I told you earlier that our beloved director is now busy with the vaccination program, but fortunately we have already got a recorded speech of him. We are now going to play that. Professor Dr. Monimoy Bandyopadhyay will address this house.
On behalf of IPGME&R SSKM Hospital, I welcome all the attendees and guests who are present here on the occasion of 65th Foundation Day of our institution in virtual and who are present, very few who are present physically. I welcome you all on this occasion. Now, as you know, 16th January 2021 is our 65th Foundation Day, like all the years. But today, there is a rollout of COVID vaccination throughout our country as well as our state. You can say it is a pure coincidence, but I call it a God's grace that this day has been made memorable by introduction of COVID vaccine, which was long awaited. Now, our institution is basically in pioneers of clinical excellence in Eastern India. But I will say that the treatment in our institution is protocol based. That's why whatever the patients, whoever deals, as follows a fixed up scientific protocol, the institution has been playing a vital role in the public and the patient care service compared to the other institutions. And we concentrate, all of us, in providing a patient-centric care throughout all the patients coming to our institution. Now, basically, our institution is having a long history. It is covering a huge land spread over and is having multiple buildings and is having multiple type of super specialty and broad specialty services. So let us have a journey through our institution and see what is there truly inside and how we are covering different services in pre-COVID, during COVID time. Video please.
Health. This 6-letter word is significant for a sustained better life. This gallant institute takes care of this word from its initial edge to the concluding edge. This premier institution has a long and golden history. Established in 1707, it was the first hospital in Kolkata, constructed by the Council of Fort William. Later on, it came to be known as Presidency General Hospital or PG Hospital. In 1954, independent India, PG Hospital was renamed to be Seth Sukhlal Karnani Memorial Hospital, or SSKM, after the great philanthropist of Kolkata. The hospital was also the first postgraduate medical institute in Eastern India, inaugurated on 16th January 1957 by the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Since then, this institute came to be known as the Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research, or IPGME&R. The journey to be acquainted of this facility may be started from the gate facing the century-old Victoria Memorial Hall through the Ronald Ross Avenue. Sir Ronald Ross, associated with this hospital, received the Nobel Prize on 10th December 1902 for his discovery on cycle of malarial parasite. Celebrating this achievement, the gate of commemoration bearing his statue and plaque was unveiled in 1927. On our passage, two old architectural gems, at the left, the administrative building, and at the right, the Woodburn Ward, both established in 1908. Just at the back side of the Woodburn, the Level 1 Trauma Care Center, with all modern medical amenities, will draw your attention. Let's take a turn to see our oldest heritage buildings. Main block, established in 1902, which house blocks like Curzon, Victoria, Alexander, Mackenzie, Cable. The names themselves are surfacing age-old histories of these blocks. This institute is practically a well-edited compendium of new and old structures. Practically with the passage of time and development of medical science, this Institute of Excellence has added new pages in this compendium. New OPD building, BIN OPD building, and academic building are the new additions in this bouquet. The facilities available at IPGME&R SSKM Hospital provides high-quality healthcare and commitment backed by well-trained, dedicated officials. This endeavor has compelled to avail new dimension in the field of medical science, like digital subtraction angiography, or DSA techniques, Eastern India's first Level 1 Trauma Care Center, and recently added Telemedicine Center to cater the medical consultation to huge number of home-isolated COVID positive and other patients who require immediate medical attention. One of the greatest recognition received recently was on 20th November 2020 when the Week magazine announced the SSKM Hospital as the second best multi-speciality hospital in the Eastern India. Since inception, this hospital is accustomed to cater healthcare services to a huge number of patients. But present-day demand is so critical that it has to assimilate some neighboring healthcare facilities to create up an agile system of delivering comprehensive medical care under single administrative umbrella. As a result of this, Bangur Institute of Neurosciences along with Ramrik Das Harlalka Hospital, Shambhunath Pandit Hospital, PG Polyclinic are now annexed institutes of IPGME&R SSKM Hospital. This institute has again shown its unputdownable attitude during the grey days of pandemic and lockdown. The first RT-PCR lab of the state was housed in this institute, which has already tested around 3 lakh samples. The Department of Endocrinology is undertaking a large seroprevalence study for COVID-19. IgG antibody amongst health workers in government and private hospitals of the city. In spite of several odds, this institute has taken the challenge of prevailing pandemic and successfully continued all the services, including super specialty departments like cardiology, neurosurgery, nephrology, urology, rheumatology, etc., even in the lockdown period. While the neighboring medical facilities have been declared for treating COVID patients, SSKM reached out of its ability to serve the ailing patients referred from such facilities. Even in the pandemic-stricken days, Level 1 Trauma Care Center of SSKM stood up for hand reimplantation surgery of a 10-year-old boy to give him a new life. Also, transplantation of organ donated by the first female organ donor of the year 2020 from tribal community was done in this pandemic period to save the lives of 3 recipients. The institute is deep-rooted in history but envisaged a future marked by growth to provide the best and the most comprehensive healthcare to our society. Centuries past and centuries to come, SSKM promises to rise on top of healthcare, building the path through top-notch medical services. The befitting slogan of this institute is, "Miles to go and never to sleep."
So basically, we have such a rich history and having so many things to cover, so we couldn't make the video shorter than this 6 minute and a half. So as already been mentioned, that our SSKMH though is consisting of 2439 beds, it's having multiple annexes. Bangur Institute of Neuroscience is having 169 beds in it. Shambhunath Pandit Hospital, another annex of SSKMH, is having 560 beds. PG Polyclinic, mainly housing the gastro patients, is having 74 beds. And Ramrigda Sharolalka Hospital, mainly catering to the neuromedicine patients, are 100 in number. So totally we are now catering 3342 beds each day. Now you can understand, basically OPD footfall and around 10 to 12,000 per day, an average. In emergency, almost 800 patients come per day. So even with this expansion of 3342 beds, still we are searching for spaces for beds every day. So we need to expand. So SSKM still expanding. Shambhunath Pandit Hospital, a new building is almost ready, is just the latest gadgets and everything is getting installed, and it will be covering around 350 additional beds, who will be covering the orthopedics, physical medicine and chest patient exclusively. And this, when will be starting functioning, I think the general perspective of the Shambhunath Pandit Hospital will have a huge positive change in future. In addition to that, we are covering a new dialysis center in Chetla in PPP mode, where only exclusively dialysis for patients will be provided. This, I think, will be able to tide over the crisis over the dialysis patients who have for the beds every day. Khidirpur Maternity Home. This is there. It was having a 40 beds which we were running. This building is, as you can see, is almost completed. Very soon we are going to start functioning over there, where there will be almost 135 additional beds additional to the 40 existing, and then it will be covering 175 beds for obstetrics or pregnant mothers, and it will be having OT and SNCU as well within it. In education part also we need to upgrade. So a modern skill lab is on the process of making in the 8th floor of the academic building. So we are expanding, but expansion of the beds does not provide a proper care, so we are looking into it. So gamma knife radiosurgery unit for latest gamma knife neurosurgery cases is on the process of making. The building is nearing its completion, and then the gadgets will be and the equipment will be installed. A robotic surgery unit in the new OPD building is getting completed, and first time in India a comprehensive sports medicine center which is under process of construction, as you can see, and will be completed hopefully within 2 months, where we are going to provide sports physiology, sports injury care and rehab under the same roof, where sauna, jacuzzi, everything latest will be, and the swimming pool, everything will be there within it. Now this is not possible until and unless our institute is able to provide a proper education. So we have not neglected education, because we know education brings proper patient care and proper scientific care to all the patients. We are having MBBS seats 200 in number. Postgraduate seats have increased and huge in last year. It is now 205 per year, which was 186. Then postdoctoral DMMCH courses have increased from 76 to 106. We have introduced recently recognition have been received for MD Emergency Medicine 3 seats, DM Pulmonary Medicine 2 seats, MS Ophthalmology, which was lacking here, has been sanctioned 3 seats every year. We are having Diploma Technician course 197 per year. In additionally, we have PhD students 50 in number at present pursuing their PhD courses. Recently, postdoctoral certificates courses, PDCC, has been approved by the university and the Shastra Bhavan, where it will be initiated initially in 5 subjects: nephropathology, neuroanesthesia, pain management and intervention radiology, which will be first time in West Bengal these postdoctoral certificate courses will be introduced. IPGME&R, the last word R means research. So research is an integral part of this institute, which we always give due importance, and basically it improves our intellects. After Ronald Ross, not the research scenario has been ended with Ronald Ross. It has been continuing with Professor A.K. Basu, Professor B.K. Aikath, and very recently Professor D.N. Guho Mojumdar, who have done an excellent job in arsenicosis as in a public health issue. We have a complete 10,000 square feet in the academic building, where all the research facilities, including cell biology, tissue culture, immunology lab and histopathology, every setup is there within that MRU, multidisciplinary research unit, which is a setup where all the researchers are pursuing multiple works. At present, we have 16 ongoing projects in MRU. 4 of them has been already completed, and 6 publications has already been done by the researchers. In addition to that, we have multiple projects, 55 in number, basically funded by different agencies including DST, DBT and ICMR. Clinical trials or drug trials, 43 in number, is basically continuing so that the patient treatment ultimately gets improved and becomes scientific. So IPGME&R SSKM Hospital, we are getting proud to be a part of this institution, and we need to carry this message with us that whether we are there here or you are here, or I am not there or you are not here, IPGME&R and SSKM Hospital will continue to flourish in coming days. So as we said, all of us be proud of our institution in coming days. Thank you, everybody.
Slogan for our institution: miles to go and never to sleep. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Utpolendu Das, President Alumni Association IPGME&R, to address this August gathering. Sir.
আজ আমাদের এক বড় গর্বের দিন, যে গর্বটা আমি লালন পালন করে আসছি 1983 সাল থেকে, যখন হাউস স্টাফ হিসেবে জয়েন করি। এবং এর অ্যালুমনি হিসাবে যতদিন বেঁচে থাকবো ততদিনই আমার গর্ব একই রকমভাবেই থাকবে। ডিরেক্টর সাহেব যা বলে গেলেন, তারপরে হসপিটাল সম্বন্ধে, ইনস্টিটিউট সম্বন্ধে আর বেশি কিছু বলার কিছু থাকে না। আমি সবাইকে অভ্যর্থনা জানাচ্ছি, আন্তরিক অভিবাদন জানাচ্ছি আজকে এই মঞ্চে এবং দর্শকাসনে উপস্থিত হওয়ার জন্য। আমি বরঞ্চ আমার মতো করে সুপ্রাচীন ভারতবর্ষের যে সনাতন প্রার্থনা, সেটা আপনাদের একটু শোনাই। প্রশস্তি করো উচ্চারণ, সন্তোষ জাগুক প্রাণে, সঙ্গীত হোক মধুময় জ্যোতির সন্ধানে, আশা আলোক আনন্দ হোক জীবনের বর্ম, যোগ্য হোক সমাপন জানেন যিনি মর্ম, পথিক চলুক পথে হাহাকার থাকুক দূরে, কানে বাজুক সুর উঠুক জীবন ভরে, এ অমৃত ধারা জুড়াবে সব ক্লান্তি, কল্যাণ হোক কবচ অন্তরে বিকশিত শান্তি। সবাইকে প্রণাম।
প্রফেসর ডক্টর দাসকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। Now I request Dr. Mriganko Mouli Shaha, Secretary Alumni Association IPGME&R, to address the House.
মাননীয় ডিন IPGME&R প্রফেসর হাজরা, সুপার রঘুনাথ স্যার, প্রেসিডেন্ট অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন প্রফেসর শুভঙ্কর চৌধুরী, প্রফেসর গৌতম গাঙ্গুলি, সেক্রেটারি অ্যান্ড চেয়ারম্যান অব দ্য ফাউন্ডেশন কমিটি, এবং যারা উপস্থিত আছেন, আমার শিক্ষক, আমার কলিগ, সবাইকে আমার অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের তরফ থেকে 65তম ফাউন্ডেশন ডে এবং 15th রিউনিয়ন, তার জন্য উষ্ণ অভিনন্দন জানাই। তো আপনারা জানেন প্রত্যেকবার আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউশনের ডিনার হয়। তো এইবার এই কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকের জন্য সেই অনুষ্ঠানটি আমরা করতে পারছি না। তো এর জন্য আমরা আমাদের অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের তরফ থেকে দুঃখিত। তো একটাই আবেদন, আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউশন যেরকম আমার হচ্ছে বলতে পারেন সবার কাছেই তার ইনস্টিটিউশন মায়ের মতন। তো আমি যখন 2004 সালে ইনস্টিটিউশনে প্রথম পড়তে ঢুকেছিলাম, তো জীবনে যা কিছু এই ইনস্টিটিউশন থেকেই পেয়েছি। তো সবাইকে আমার কাছে আমার যে আবেদন, বি মেম্বার অব দ্য অ্যালামনি অ্যাসোসিয়েশন। আমাদের প্রফেসর উৎপলেন্দু স্যার, HOD রেডিও ডায়াগনোসিস, উনি প্রেসিডেন্ট, ওনার কাছে ফর্ম আছে। তো আমাদের অ্যালামনির কনস্টিটিউশন অনুযায়ী এনি qualification achieved in this institution recognized by the medical council will be a permanent member of paying 1000 rupees, and any other who is the well wisher, they can be the associate member of this alumni. তো আপনারা সবাই অ্যালামনিকে স্ট্রং করুন এবং সবাই অ্যালামনির মেম্বার হন, যাতে আমরা আরও আমাদের অ্যালামনির অ্যাক্টিভিটিস থ্রু আউট দ্য ইয়ার ইনস্টিটিউশনে করতে পারি। আর একটাই অনুরোধ, ডিরেক্টর স্যার তো এখানে ব্যস্ত আছেন কোভিড ভ্যাকসিনেশন নিয়ে, তো আমাদের এমএসভিপি স্যার আছেন, স্যারকে একটাই অনুরোধ, স্যার আমারও স্যার ছিলেন আন্ডার গ্র্যাজুয়েটে, ডিন স্যারও আছেন, উনিও আমার স্যার ছিলেন, সবাই আমার স্যারই আছেন। আমরা অ্যালামনির তরফ থেকে আসবো, একটা রুম যদি হাসপাতালে পাওয়া যায় বা কোনো প্লেস ডেডিকেটেড যে কোনো জায়গায়, যেখানে আমাদের একজন অ্যালামনির স্টাফ যাতে আমরা রিক্রুট করতে পারি, so that the throughout the year we can do the activities of the alumni association in our institution. ধন্যবাদ।
Dhanyavad, Dr. Shaha. Now I request Professor Dr. Shubhankar Chaudhary, Chairman, Organizing Committee, to address this august house.
Respected dignitaries, maybe firstly those who are not physically present here, our Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Chandrima Bhattacharya, our Director of Medical Education, Professor Debashish Bhattacharya, our Director of Health Services, Professor Ajay Chakraborty, and Special Secretary, Professor Tamal Kanti Ghosh, and dignitaries on the dais today, our very dear, very close MSVP, Professor Loknath Mishra, our Dean, Professor Abhijit Hajra, President, Alumni Association, Professor Utpalendu Dash, Secretary of Alumni Association, Dr. Mriganka Moli Shaha, Secretary of the Foundation Day Committee, Professor Gautam Ganguly, my dear students, our colleagues, our teachers, members of faculty, all members of staff, including those in administrative and other capacities. This is a day we need to reconnect with each other. Those who have left the institute, we still want to reconnect with all of you. A day to rededicate ourselves to serve even better this institute and this hospital. A day to talk science, a day to celebrate culture, and we have tried to put all this together this year, of course, in this new normal situation. The Foundation Day Committee has tried its best. Hope it lives up to your expectations. We have tried to make the best out of the current situation. We have, in the process, been able to get people whom otherwise it would have been very difficult to get them physically amongst us, but which we have done because of the virtual platform. So we are very proud this year to have as our chief guest Dr. Abhijit Binayak Banerjee, the Nobel laureate, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, chief scientist at the WHO. As also you already have heard, Dr. Tal Danino, all of them are giants in their fields, and we have tried to get them all together in this meeting. So we hope we have a fruitful, useful day's program, and if there are failures, there are faults, there are defects, I take the blame. The team, my team has worked excellently, and there are certain individuals, of course, who stand out: Professor Soumitra Ghosh, Professor Dipten Sarkar, Professor Mitali Chatterjee, Professor Gautam Ganguly, all of them. Of course, these are just a few names. Everyone has worked very hard, and also our very efficient team of assistant superintendents. Initially, Otol was there, and then subsequently the others who have joined have really helped and really worked hard. So Once again, let's all be proud of our institute, of our hospital. Long live IPGME&R.
Heartiest thanks to Professor Dr. Shubhankar Chaudhary. Now I request Professor Dr. Gautam Ganguly to deliver his speech.
Good morning, everyone. On this auspicious day, as we celebrate our 65th foundation, I stand here in hope to usher to a new year and era of happiness and fruitfulness, not only for our institutions or the people of West Bengal or the people of India, but also for all the people of the world. The past year, we have been witness to the sorrows and sorrows among the people all around us. As we stand here, I salute everyone who has lost the battle with the invisible enemy of this pandemic. So it is our responsibility to now work as a unit to honor the sacrifice they made. Let us all strive towards keeping the integrity of our institutions and the supreme standard it always has been. Thank you. Long live our institution, IPGME&R.
Thanks to Professor Dr. Gautam Ganguly. Now I would like to inform you that Srimati Chandrima Bhattacharya, Minister of State, Department of Health and Family Welfare, has kindly consented to grace this occasion as guest of honor. Now she will address this house virtually.
A very good morning to all who are present here today. I especially thank on behalf of the State of West Bengal, Health and Family Welfare Department, Nobel Laureate Abhijit Binayak Banerjee and all guests who are present here today in this virtual meeting. Today is the 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R, an esteemed medical institution of the state of West Bengal. This institution has crossed its 64 glorious years of service and is a pride of our state. However, in the last 10 years, our Honorable Chief Minister, who is also the Minister in charge of the Health and Family Welfare Department of the state, has brought in an ocean change in the entire medical scenario, and obviously as a result thereof, there has been an immense development of this institution as well. We can say that a great deal of faith people of this state repose on this institution, and I should appreciate the efforts of this medical college in the pandemic situation also. We know that many of the government hospitals had been earmarked for treating COVID patients, but IPGME&R was not one of them and is not one of them. Yet, it had a very important role to play in this situation, in the sense that those who are not COVID patients but need immediate treatment or otherwise, they had to come and have their treatment, but because this state thinks that everyone as a matter of right can claim for a good treatment, and here this medical college had played its role and had to take a lot of burden on its shoulder, and this was very, very efficiently done, and I thank the doctors, the nurses, and all other staff who had been a part of this great job, because without them, this would not have been possible. Now, I know today we can say proudly that this institution, various wings of this institution, they have reached the stage of excellence, and we can claim that this is the state where such things can happen under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. So today I take this opportunity to thank you all, and I'm sure that in the future days many more feathers will be added to the crown of this medical institution, and I'm very, very happy that I also have been a part of this entire system, which is just for our Honorable Chief Minister, who has made me a part of this entire system. I thank her and I express my gratitude to her also from this podium. So again, a lot of thanks to all those who are present here today.
Thanks to our very agile MOS madam. Now, Professor Dr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Director of Medical Education, West Bengal, will deliver his message.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here amongst you on the 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R. On this auspicious day, I do pray to Almighty that the way IPGME&R has worked for so many years, and also during this COVID pandemic, is really commendable. Though we have this hospital facilities primarily for the non-COVID patients, but the microbiology department really worked like the best possible way for the screening and for all the cases of the COVID tests, and along with this historic starting of the COVID vaccination also will be starting from IPGME&R on this particular day. So I do really appreciate the work and effort of the whole team, from the director, the MSPP, all the faculties, students, nurses, and everyone who has really done a great for the state and for the country. Thank you and wish you all the best for this 65th Foundation Day, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks to our DME sir. Now Dr. Ajay Chakraborty, Director of Health Services, West Bengal, will deliver his message.
We all celebrate this 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R, which was established on 16th January 1957. SSKM since inception has grown to a greatest hospital in our state, and not only the state, in the whole of the eastern region. It has taken the center of excellence for so many centers, like the neonatal care, like the cardiac care, like the ENT care, and also for the neurological care, the center of excellence for the psychiatric care also in the SSKM. That is our pride, and it is our just challenge to make the SSKM the best hospital in our country. Institute of Postgraduate Medical Research and Hospital, that is IPGME&R, has established its a best hospital in Calcutta as serving the so many super specialty department under its jurisdiction. IPGME&R is always coming out of its experience in the public health, that helps in the tackling all the public health, the disasters, and all the national program in a very, very good way. Recently, the COVID vaccination also, hospital has shown that how to do the vaccination program, and they have developed the way that we are guiding for the whole state. And we are very sure that IPGME&R in the long run will excel for the academic and also for the service purpose of the state, and also it will be a center of excellence for many other departments in future. Hope for the best. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Kamal Ghosh, Special Secretary Health and Family Welfare Department, will deliver his message to this House.
It's a matter of great privilege for me to convey my heartfelt greetings and good wishes for the Foundation Day of Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. They are going to celebrate this 65th Foundation Day, and it was started in 1957 by inaugurated by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So it started from a scratch. Now it is one of the important medical hub as well as the academic hub in the eastern India, and it has come up with so many super specialty departments like critical care medicine. Now emergency medicine is also coming up. It is one of the state of art departments like Institute of Endocrinology and ENT cardiology and many other super specialty departments, and it is rendering the MBBS degree as well as the postgraduate MD/MS and also the postdoctoral degrees MD, DM and MCH, and along with that lot of research work is also going on. So many PhD students are doing their research work at IPGME&R, and we hope in the coming years it will flourish and it will be one of the best institutions throughout the India. I convey my good wishes and all my from the core of my heart the organizers of the Foundation Day. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will log in from Geneva. So in between the times, we may go for a tea break. But please do assure to be present here at 12:20.
Before we break for tea, leave this way.
Okay, sir. Okay. Please.
So, as is customary on our Foundation Day, we have the release of two things. One is our annual report for the previous year. That means the annual report, which is now being released by Professor Raghunath Mishra, our medical superintendent cum vice principal. And the second thing to be released would be the souvenir of our alumni association. We have brought some copies. Yes. I'll now request Professor Utpalendu Dash to release the souvenir of our Alumni Association. So those of you who are in the hall, we are happy to offer you a copy, and officially we'll send to all the departments subsequently. So now I think we can break for tea and be back within 15 minutes. Okay, so the login would be at 12:20, and please be here by 12:20 sharp. Thank you.
It is our proud privilege to announce that Dr. Ajay Chakraborty, Director of Health Services West Bengal, has presented in this celebration. He is greeted with flower bouquet and badge also. We will resume the program as and when Dr. Soumya Swaminathan log in from Geneva. Please wait. Like every year, we have organized Sir Ronald Ross Oration this year also. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist, World Health Organization, has kindly consented to deliver Sir Ronald Ross Oration 2021 virtually from Geneva. Introduction of this prestigious oration will be placed by Professor Dr. Abhijit Chaudhuri, and Professor Dr. Shubhankar Chaudhuri will chair the oration. Please come to stage.
Good everybody here, and good morning, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. I'm all too privileged, and on behalf of everybody at IPGME&R Kolkata, and possibly in the state and also from the country, it's really a pleasure for us to have Professor Soumya Swaminathan give the Ronald Ross oration of this year of IPGME&R Foundation Day. I'm just it's my responsibility, and again I say privilege, for me to introduce Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who is a household name in India, if not the globe today. So Dr. Swaminathan is a pediatrician by training, just to mention the background, and have got so many achievements and so many positions she had occupied over the years that she had been active in research and in providing service, health service and medical service, and planning medical service all over the globe. That it's really it's very difficult to mention all those, but to be precise and to be focused, as all of us know, she is now the chief scientist at World Health Organization. Before that, and over the last couple of years that we are having passing through the gloomy days of COVID, we had been, getting guided by Dr. Swaminathan on the steps that the world needs to undertake, and we had been fighting COVID. To be honest, and one of the leaders of the globe's COVID fight is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. She is planning it. She is delineating the ways the world needs to fight COVID. She is also telling us almost every alternate day, or at some of the points when the entire world was really trembling under COVID fear, she was telling us the way we should implement all the modalities that we did all over the globe. So the COVID story is all too known, and she had been visible in Indian media and everything. But before that, she had led the country's prime medical research organization named Indian Council of Medical Research and Department of Health Research as the Director General at ICMR, and also Secretary of Director of Department of Health Research. And that period in her career and her stellar achievements is, I think, was very important in shaping Indian medical research and Indian health research in every way. Even before that, she went on, and I think all of us who do some amount of research, we all know her for her work in shaping the country's national tuberculosis control program, the molecular surveillance for tuberculosis, and the way tuberculosis care needs to be taken to the underserved population, the sensitivities that a national program needs to undertake, and the scientific design of that the country needs to take. She graduated from Armed Forces Medical College. She did her post-graduation in pediatrics from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, as many of us know. But the best part of her work had been the work on tuberculosis and also on HIV. And of course, with the social sensitivities, which I want to emphasize for all of us, we get scientists who have contributed significantly. But if one word has to be used for what Dr. Soumya Swaminathan had been doing, is to take science to the doorsteps of those unlit hearts across the globe right now, and before that in the country, which usually don't get the light of science with that amount of vigor, that amount of purpose, and that amount of commitment that this country and possibly the world needs. Many parts of the world are in needs of scientific care. And now that Soumya is at the helm of World Health Organization as the chief scientist, we expect much more to come from her in the years to come. As we get rid of the COVID battle that we are on under her guidance, and one of the prime leaders of the COVID fight, I think we'll have more time to shape communicable diseases in other areas also. So she is, again, I before I stop, I say we are really very fortunate and this morning to have her. Despite her so busy schedule, to have kindly agreed to give us Dr. Ronald Ross oration. I just, before I request Dr. Soumya Swaminathan to start her address, I just want to very ceremonially and formally present this plaque over the web and virtually, which we will of course be very happy if we can, and I invite on behalf of the Institute, Dr. Swaminathan, that your next visit to India might have IPGME&R as one of the places which we would love you to see here and present this physically. So, this is a plaque that on behalf of the Institute, I'm presenting. This is a plaque of Dr. Ronald Ross oration, which we are, again, I'm emphasizing, we are very fortunate to have Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. So, Dr. Swaminathan, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Abhijit Chaudhary, and greetings to all colleagues at the IPGME&R Kolkata, and best wishes and congratulations on the 65th Foundation Day. It is indeed, we are meeting in very unusual circumstances, but in a way, it allows us, I think, to connect perhaps with people that we would not otherwise have found it so easy to travel to so many different locations. But this way, through the virtual platform, I think that it's in a way brought people closer and maybe democratized the availability or dissemination of knowledge. So actually, it's a great privilege for me to be giving the Ronald Ross oration. And my connection, a small incident which I can never forget, is when I traveled to Assam, to Silchar district. Actually, I was going to the cancer hospital run by Dr. Ravi Kannan in Kachar when I was Director General ICMR. And he took me, he said, would you like to go to a very interesting place, historically interesting place on the way to Kachar? We were driving from the airport. And I said, of course. And we went into this tea garden. We drove for an hour or so. And it was a tea garden hospital, remote. I think the name was Labak Tea Garden. And we went to this hospital, which was like any other very remote, tea garden hospital. There was, of course, it had a operating theater. It was a fairly well-equipped hospital. And then we went into one of the barracks, because those buildings were still the old buildings, and found that that was the room used by Ronald Ross when he was posted there. I think he spent a year or two investigating Kala Azar. And this was after his discovery of the malarial parasite, which he had made in Sikandrabad and then followed up with work in Kolkata. But this stay of his, in fact, they have preserved an easy chair. And they said this is the same easy chair that Ronald Ross used to stay in. And they had on the wall his hand drawings of different mosquito species that he had identified. So, and the microscope that he had used. All of this has been preserved in this small tea garden hospital in Assam. And really, I think, it should be a museum. It should be a testament. And even I didn't know that such a place existed in his, with his, some of his own personal belongings. And I'm sure most people don't know about it. In addition to being a very good scientist, and of course he worked, in the Indian Medical Service and then went back to the UK and became a professor there at the Liverpool School. But when he discovered the malarial parasite, and he worked on bird malaria initially, he wrote these 3 lines. He was a very good poet, and he wrote, "With tears and toiling breath, I find thy cunning seeds, O million murdering death." And this is such a beautiful description, of finding the cause of a disease which had killed millions and millions and continues to kill millions of people around the world. He talked about it as million murdering death and finding the seeds of it. So thank you so much, Professor Abhijit, for this very, very generous and kind introduction that you made. I think I don't deserve most of the things that you said. But indeed, my passion for medical research started as a young child. I was just interested in research, and it continued throughout. And after my training as a pediatrician, I continued to want to undertake research. And one of the challenges I faced early in my career was the fact that research was not really considered a serious option for someone in India. And particularly if you were academically well qualified, people really felt that it should be in a clinical discipline, not research. But nevertheless, I was lucky that I found the Indian Council of Medical Research and the Tuberculosis Research Center, where I started doing my research on TB and as well as HIV, and then got more interested in public health. So what I'd like to do today, I do have a slide presentation, and I'd like to go through the lessons from the pandemic for all of us, and really what have we learned, which is applicable, I think, for the future and also for other diseases. And we mustn't forget that one of these days we will come out of COVID, but we will still be faced in India with a large number of other public health problems, both infectious and non-communicable diseases. And I think we need to really think about how to address those. In fact, many of those could have got worse during this year. I'm going to try to share my screen now, and I will check to make sure that you're able to see the slides. And I will put it on slideshow. Could you please confirm that you're able to see the slides? Yes? Okay, wonderful. So, what I'm going to do now is go through a quick epidemiology update, then talk a little bit about the scientific work that I've been leading here at the WHO on research on vaccines, therapeutics, aspects, and also I will touch on the genomic surveillance, since that's quite recent and it's of interest, I'm sure, to all of you. Now, if you look at the global situation, it's really looking quite bad. And what you see here on this slide is the number of cases, and the different colors actually denote the different WHO regions. So you can see the yellow is the region of the Americas, that's North and South America. That's really, right now, the explosive outbreaks are occurring in the Americas and then the European region, shown in green. The Southeast Asian region, and India, of course, is a major contributor to the cases in Southeast Asia, along with Indonesia, had peaked and is coming down. And the other two are the Eastern Mediterranean and African region, again, had a very low incidence in the first half of this pandemic, but now the cases are increasing in many African countries as well. You can see on the right-hand side, the countries contributing to the highest number of cases in the previous 24 hours. And India used to be number 2 at one stage, and now it's down on the list because obviously the number of new cases is coming down. Whereas in the US, Brazil, UK, many countries in Europe, it continues to go up. And South Africa is the country in Africa with the largest number of cases, in fact currently more than what is being reported in India. And you can see the number of deaths as well. In the US, over 4,000 deaths a day currently. And if you look at what the death pattern was, initially it did go up in March, April. There was a peak. That was a time again when Europe and the US and those areas had a peak. And then because of all the lockdowns, the cases and the deaths came down to quite a low level during the summer period. And then again, people started moving around, started mixing, went for holidays, etc. And that has driven this tremendous increase. So today we're seeing almost 15,000 deaths a day. At the time of the peak, the first wave, it was about 4,000 to 5,000 deaths a day. And similarly, we are seeing something like 750,000 new cases every day. And as I showed, most of it being driven by Europe and North and South America. I think it's interesting to see the COVID cases by population, because obviously India, if you look at absolute numbers, we figure in the top 10. But if you look at cases by population, then large parts of Asia and Africa, you can see the lighter colors, having had a less intense epidemic. Whereas again, you see Europe and North and South America being most affected. And similarly, if you look at deaths per 100,000, certainly large parts of Africa and Asia seem to have done better. You can see China has one of the worst both for deaths and for cases. What happened to health systems? I don't need to tell you all about the stress that was posed on the health systems all over the world. We saw lack of supplies, oxygen, PPE. The burden on healthcare workers just continues. It's estimated that 14% of infections worldwide are in healthcare workers. So they really have borne a disproportionate burden of this disease, and of course disruption of essential health services. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. We did a pulse survey. This was done in July, August, and we are repeating this now to find out what countries did with their essential health services during this time. And we found that 80% of countries had defined an essential health services package and a core set of services. But the disruptions that had occurred in almost all countries that reported to us. So you can see that if at least 75% of the services were partially disrupted, in the low-income countries, almost 45% of countries reported that there was this severe disruption, and this was less in the higher-income countries. If you look at the 25 essential health services, starting with routine immunization, then more than 70% of countries had reported service disruptions of either moderate or partially or completely disrupted. So this includes things like the insecticide-treated net campaigns for malaria, NCD diagnosis and treatment, including cancer, mental health, antenatal care, management of malnutrition and other childhood services, TB case detection. We know that TB, for example, the case detection in India fell by 70%. Luckily now it has started coming back towards normal, but still, if you look at 2020 performance compared to 2018 or 2019, the case notification for TB is only going to be around 50 to 60%. And this is going to have an impact because you haven't detected all of those TB cases. They're going to be sick, and one can expect a higher mortality from TB. So disruption of things like blood services and emergency surgery, all of this would have had an impact on people's health beyond COVID. And that's why it's very important really to think more holistically about the health system. And also when we start counting deaths, we're focusing on COVID deaths. But I believe that in many of the developing countries, the deaths due to other diseases which did not get attention during that time may be far higher than COVID deaths. Unfortunately, we do not have good death reporting systems and cause of death reporting in many countries. In India, it's estimated that less than 20% of deaths are medically certified, and that's a problem because if you do not have a good vital statistics on births and deaths and the causes of death, it's very difficult to understand the disease burden and to take the right policy action. Whereas if you look at countries like the UK, on a weekly basis, you get from the Office of the National Statistics data on excess mortality. Then you can see how much of that excess mortality was due to COVID and how much was due to other diseases. So this is something that I've been passionate about, really improving the vital registration and the death certification in the country is extremely important. So what have we learned from the pandemic? And I'll talk a little bit more about some of these areas. The first one is the importance of investing in public health and primary health care. And I want to give you some examples of a few countries which, because of their investments in primary health care over time, they've actually done better than the very high income countries which have an excellent health system, but it's a tertiary health care system, and even that has been overwhelmed. The role of science has been particularly impressive during this last year. We've seen excellent global collaboration and solidarity as far as scientists are concerned, and I'll say a little bit about what WHO has done on the R&D blueprint, which is driving research and development, but also on collaborations on evidence synthesis. This ECC19 is a network we set up of academic institutions that are interested in evidence synthesis and meta-analysis, systematic reviews, which actually feed into our guidance documents. Health products, diagnostics, drugs, vaccines, there's been quick development with a focus on equitable distribution. I'll say a little bit more about the vaccines. I'll talk about surveillance and genomics and why that's so important, and I hope the IPG will be one of the leaders in the country on developing genomics surveillance. not just for COVID, but for a lot of other infectious diseases. The importance of political will and leadership, particularly in terms of community engagement, building trust, communication. It's clear that the pandemic has exposed societal inequities in all countries, and we've seen the disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable communities everywhere. And then I will say a little bit about what is this infodemic and how have we gone about to manage that. So currently what do we need? We need global collective action. There is no way in which we can get over a pandemic in a country by country approach. There needs to be some global solidarity and solutions which are shared. Currently, the focus needs to be in the high incidence countries to reduce and control the transmission and bring it down to low levels. And in countries which are going down or which have already brought it down to a low level, we need to focus on preventing amplification events and clusters, which can then quickly spread in the community. We have to focus on saving lives by protecting the vulnerable groups. We know that the elderly, those with comorbidities, etc., but also younger people who have underlying risk factors like obesity, like smoking, they're vulnerable. And by ensuring rapid and high quality care, there are many places in the world, including, I'm sure, remote places in India where there is a lack of availability of basic things like oxygen. And that actually can save lives. So this is a good time to ensure that all of our health centers everywhere have access, availability of life-saving equipment. You don't need ventilators everywhere. You need oxygen and you need some basic drugs. And training. You need trained staff. There's no point sending equipment if there are no trained staff. We need to continue to access development and access to diagnostic therapeutics and vaccines through collaboration and fair allocation, and we have to build vaccine acceptance, prepare for vaccine campaigns. And I know that today India is launching a huge vaccine campaign for COVID. Now, what is the R&D blueprint? This was set up in 2015 after the Ebola outbreak in West Africa in order to prepare for research during and before epidemics. It's really, what do you need to do? And the idea is that you need a systematic approach to accelerate product R&D. So if you identify a disease, and these were some of the diseases that were identified as being high priority, and you can see here there's a disease at that time called pathogen X. All the other pathogens were these pathogens which are rare but can cause severe disease. And then the experts said there can always be a new pathogen, and that is what SARS-CoV-2 is. So for each of the pathogen, you develop a research roadmap. Then we develop target product profiles for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, establish regulatory standards, have some core protocols on how to do these trials design, and then you accumulate evidence from randomized trials across outbreaks, because some of these are rare, like Nipah. We've had a couple of outbreaks in India, but with very small number of cases. So sometimes you need trial designs which can be going from one outbreak to the next as you accumulate evidence, or do it in many countries so that you can gather the evidence. Now, on collaboration on therapeutics, what did we do? What did WHO do? We looked at everything from what's going to be needed in the preclinical space and assays to core protocols for phase 2B and 3 trials. I talked about the target product profiles that we established early on for vaccines. So this is basically describes what you need or what a perfect vaccine would look like. That's what a target product profile is. So that anyone who's developing a vaccine or a diagnostic knows what the benchmark is, what they should be aiming for. And this is where we said an ideal vaccine should be it should be storable at room temperature, it should provide long-lasting immunity, it should work in all age groups, it should be safe in pregnancy, it should have a very good safety profile, it should be easy to manufacture. These are the kind of criteria one looks at a target product profile. And then, of course, we have a whole regulatory team, pre-qualification, that looks at emergency use approval and then beyond that. And then we did therapeutics prioritization. So we have a scientific group that constantly looks at the literature to see which drugs we should be putting into clinical trials. Now, there's been a huge number of trials. You know that we maintain a clinical trial registry in WHO, and all the trial registries feed into that, including the Indian clinical trial platform. So by country, you can see huge numbers of trials, but not all the trials are well designed. They're not adequately powered. The sample sizes are small, and therefore the vast majority of these trials do not lead to any kind of conclusive evidence. There have been only a few big trials like the Solidarity trial of the WHO, the Recovery trial in the UK, and a few other consortia that have formed that are able to recruit patients in large enough numbers. Otherwise, it's really, I would say, a waste of resources to undertake trials which are not going to answer the question. Now, the Solidarity trial looked at remdesivir, hydroxychloroquine, lopinavir, ritonavir, and interferon. These were the drugs that were prioritized last year in March, and unfortunately, none of them had any impact on mortality or on the in-hospital course of patients. This was published in the NEJM on December the 2nd. And so these were the drugs that were used. We're now going to embark on the second phase of the trial. The committee is prioritizing the drugs which will go into the trial. But we were very quickly able to set up this platform. You can see the countries in purple are the countries that are part of the Solidarity, and the countries in green are those that are interested in joining but have not yet started. And India has been a very active participant, contributing over 10% of patients in the first phase of the trial. Currently, we've enrolled over 14,000 patients, and this trial continues to, as I mentioned, will continue for some time to look at promising therapeutics. So it is possible, even in the middle of a pandemic, to set up a high quality but simple trial. Everything was electronic, so there was not much of burden on the healthcare providers and the doctors who were enrolling patients. Everything was electronic. There was a very simple form to be filled up with just the core data from the patient. The drugs were provided, and then follow up for 28 days with, again, a very simple form at the end of the 28 days. Similarly, on vaccines, we've been looking at, what will it take to accelerate vaccine development? What can WHO do? Normally, we know that, it takes anything from 10 years or even more, because it goes, one phase after another on vaccine development, and then on manufacturing, and then approval and distribution. So the way the timelines were shortened really were by overlapping the phases of clinical trials, but most important is by starting the manufacturing at scale right from the beginning, before knowing whether the vaccine will be effective or not. And investing in that has been the reason why the vaccines which complete the trials immediately are able to supply the doses, which means that you're going to have a longer phase here of pharmacovigilance and post-deployment studies. So what's happening now is that many vaccines are being deployed under emergency use authorization, and therefore we will need to follow up people, both those who were enrolled in the trials, but also cohorts. So we're now developing core protocols so that countries around the world can enroll people and follow them up, mainly for safety, but also for effectiveness, as well as the impact on transmission. The wonderful thing is that we have so many vaccine candidates in development, 65 currently in clinical evaluation, of which 15 are in phase 3. 13 of them are listed here in this slide. They're all so far intramuscular. You can see that there are inactivated virus vaccine candidates, including our Bharat Biotech. You have the viral vectors, which include the Oxford AstraZeneca, but also CanSino and Gamaleya and Janssen. This is AD26. You have a protein subunit vaccines, and then you have RNA, and we also have the DNA vaccines, including from Cadila, which I understand is starting phase 3 trials now. Most of these are a 2-dose schedule except the Janssen. The phase 3 trial currently is testing a single-dose schedule. Most of these require large number of participants. And I'm not going into details now what will happen now that we have effective candidates. We will have to change the design of some of the trials, maybe go to non-inferiority studies and other designs to continue to evaluate all these others which are still in early stages of development. Now we know that the first 2 vaccines to be, which came out with their results are both our mRNA vaccines, the Pfizer BioNTech and the Moderna. So they contain snippets of the viral mRNA, which is a molecule with instructions for making proteins. This gets inside the human cells once it's injected, goes to the ribosomes, and then the ribosomes start making the spike protein based on the message brought by the mRNA. And then these spike proteins are then observed by the immune system, obviously, and then the immune system kicks in. It is much faster because it's just, you can generate the mRNA sequences without the tasks of inactivating viruses or isolating proteins. That's why both of these were able to get done so quickly. But currently, it's the first time mRNA vaccines are being used in humans. And therefore, we will have to follow up carefully to see what the long-term safety and immunogenicity and efficacy. Now, normally we know that there's only a 20% chance of succeeding once a vaccine candidate reaches a clinical trials. So that is why it was really good to have so many candidates in development using all different technologies. It may be that some vaccines will work better in some groups, especially older people. Some will be safer in pregnancy. We will need more production capacity, so it's good to have multiple vaccines. As you know, the mRNA vaccines require an ultra-cold chain for storage, whereas some of the others can be stored at normal fridge, or even some of them being developed at room temperature. There are some innovative vaccines being developed which are nasal vaccines, combined vaccines with influenza. So there are many options now coming up, and including in India where there are at least 8 candidates that are currently being developed, including a nasal vaccine. Now, WHO has the scientific advisory group of experts which provides the recommendations for vaccine use, and they have already come out with general recommendations on how to prioritize populations and also on specific recommendations on the Pfizer vaccine. Now, I mentioned the COVAX facility, which is a partnership between WHO, Gavi, and CEPI. It's a platform that both supports research and development, so that's the role of CEPI, as well as negotiating pricing, procurement at scale and distribution to countries through Gavi. We have 190 countries that have signed up to participate, and the aim is to have 2 billion vaccine doses available by the end of 2021. We already have the contracts in place for this, and within the next month or so, we should be able to start shipping vaccines out to countries. Of course, a huge amount of funding needed to be raised. Now, the question of can we go back to normal once vaccinated is an interesting question. Most trials were currently looking at whether vaccines prevent symptomatic disease and whether they also prevent people from being infected with the virus, whether they can prevent actual viral replication in the upper respiratory tract, which means that people can still transmit. That is not clear yet. And we're waiting for data from the different trials and as well as from the post-deployment studies to see how much impact there is on transmission. And we also don't know the duration of immunity. We hope and we believe it could be a couple of years, but we have to wait and see whether booster doses are going to be needed, what's the optimal timing of the booster. And it's going to take time to vaccinate people around the world. And therefore, till then, we will have to continue with the non-pharmaceutical measures, the distancing, the mask wearing, the avoiding of crowds, etc. Now, I want to say a few words on genomic surveillance. Science, of course, has been driving our understanding of the virus right from the beginning, from understanding how this virus spreads, what is the natural history, what are the risk factors. A lot of the early data from China really helped us because they did publish a lot on what they were seeing, and that gave us a lot of insights into what type of infection this is. Now, on sequencing, the first sequences arrived on January 11th, and it was because of that diagnostics could be developed and also vaccine development. The mRNA vaccine, the Moderna one, was created within 72 hours of seeing this whole genome sequence. Currently, we have over 350,000 genomes that have been shared in a platform called GISAID. We know that all viruses mutate. In fact, this virus is on the slower end of mutating, but because currently the transmission around the world is so high, it has a chance for mutating much more, and that's why we're seeing all these variants that are emerging. Now, why is it important to track this? Because it could have implications on effectiveness of therapeutics and vaccines. It could impact on diagnostics because all of these are targeting certain proteins on the surface of the virus. And of course, it could alter the biological properties of the virus, resulting in changes in infectivity and transmission. So we have a virus evolution working group, which is part of the WHO lab expert network that is looking at this and tracking it constantly. Now, there have been several variants being reported. In fact, the first one was reported in February-March. That's a D614G mutation. And currently, we find that most of the viruses across the world carry that 614G. So that was obviously a mutation which helped the virus to survive, because viruses are evolving to always help themselves transmit and survive. Then we had the variant of concern from the UK, that is the B1.1.1. We had at the same time the variant from South Africa, the 501YV2, and we have several others from Nigeria, from Brazil, under verification. Now, the one in the UK has been very well documented and examined. They found a rapid increase in case rates, particularly in Southeast England, and they found that this variant of concern had a large number of changes in the spike protein, unusually large number. So 23 mutations, of which 8 were in the spike protein. And it has been shown that this variant definitely has increased transmissibility by 50 to 70%, and that it's increasing in terms of the percentage. So if you look at the GISAID database and you look at the weeks and the percentage of this variant, you can see that it starts appearing here, but then look at the way in which this variant is taking over compared to the other regular virus strains. It's almost 40% now currently of all the strains that are circulating in Europe. Now, it's interesting because this variant has a deletion of the S gene, and so if you look at diagnostics which are looking for the S gene, most of the PCR tests actually looking for more than one gene, so that's good. If you look at the regular cases and the S gene deletion cases, you can see the age profile is younger compared to the regular, and so it just seems to be circulating more also efficiently in the younger population. The good thing is that there is no difference in hospitalization or in 28-day mortality rates between the variant and the wild type. There's been a very good cohort study, matched cohort study that's been done in the UK in a couple of thousand people. So it doesn't impact clinical severity, but because it increases transmission, it obviously then increases the number of cases also showing up in the hospital. It's been reported from more than 50 countries currently around the world, of course, including from India. So the problem is, of course, that these things spread very rapidly before you can by the time you put in travel restrictions, it's too late because the variant has already arrived. You don't see anything here, and that's because the genomic surveillance capacity is very limited. Similarly, the one in South Africa, again, they have a very good national genomic surveillance program, both the UK and South Africa, which is why they detected it. This is the 501Y. So the same mutation, the 501 mutation is seen in the South African variant and in the UK variant and in the Brazil variant. But it's not the same as the UK because it has multiple other mutations, and currently these are the countries where it's been reported from. So again, it seems to have spread quite widely. So if you just summarize on the variants, viruses are constantly changing, as we said. A few mutations may have an advantage to the virus. Most of them don't have any impact. And these highlight the importance of increasing the diagnostic capacity, increasing sequencing capacity, and sharing of sequence data internationally through these global platforms. Like I said, it's really, really important. We need a tiered approach at the subnational level. Also, experiments with the live virus are needed to determine whether it's really increasing in severity, in transmission, etc. Currently, there are many experiments going on using the sera from vaccine trial participants to see whether the antibodies that were generated are neutralizing this virus or not. And that's a question everybody is asking, whether it has an impact on vaccine efficacy. So finally, I think I just want to share very quickly some examples of countries like Bhutan, where there was strong political leadership from the king. They developed a COVID treatment center in one of the royal guest houses. The leader, the king himself, was visiting and monitoring all the preparedness and response plans. And because some of the ministers have a public health background, they were able to gain the trust of the public and ensuring compliance. Similarly, in Vietnam, they had a very early response. They put up quarantines in only those villages where they had detected some cases or where there was some suspicion, and they have been able to control without having any mortality and with very, very few cases. Similarly, Thailand. These are all countries with very good public health infrastructure. Thailand also was the first country actually to report a case after China, because there's a lot of tourism between China and Thailand. They immediately activated their public health surveillance system. They were able to identify travelers, isolate them, screen those in the villages. They had a tiered system, traffic light, where only those who needed hospitalization were sent. The rest were managed at the community level. They identified what was the extra surge capacity needed, and they were able to do a risk assessment at all levels of the healthcare facilities. I mentioned this word infodemic, which is a word that was coined early in the 2020. It describes too much information, including false or misleading information in the digital and physical space during an acute public health event. And what does it do? It leads to confusion, risk-taking, and harmful behaviors. And all of you would have seen that the amount of information out there is really staggering, even for people who understand science. And for people who don't understand science, then they cannot differentiate between fake news and credible information. And so we have been actually saying from the beginning that this is a problem and we need to be aware and we need to fight it. So we have a whole team and we have this information network for epidemics, the EpiWin team, that's constantly updating information, that's organizing webinars. As you know, we have press conferences several times a week. We do Facebook Live, we have social media campaign, we have Mythbusters. And it's really a new scientific discipline. Again, something for us to think about in India on how do you do risk communication, especially now with social media out there. We need to understand what people are hearing, what are they listening to, what is their susceptibility to fake information. And then public health agencies can provide better information. But you first need to understand, what people are hearing and what are the doubts in their mind. There's no doubt that health and healthcare are going to be transformed by the pandemic. And I think some of the lessons are that every government sector needs to be involved in outbreak response. It's not only the responsibility of the Ministry of Health, but you have so many things that need to get done, including, when you implement a lockdown, you need to be able to supply food and other essential supplies to people. If you want them to comply with home isolation and quarantine, many people cannot afford it. They need to be supported. Information and communication is very important. It has to be a two-way communication. You have to listen, you have to answer questions, you have to be transparent about what is known and what is not known. Because as scientists, we should not pretend that we know everything. There are so many things we still don't know that we are learning. So we have to be open about that. Communities must be engaged. It has to be a bottom-up approach. And we've seen in Dharavi, for example, there was a stage where things looked like they were going to go out of control. And then the municipal commissioner and his team actually engaged the community, explained what was going on, set up fever camps, helped people to get screened and supported them if they needed to be isolated and so on. And that is how Dharavi actually managed to contain the infection. We need not just biomedical experts, epidemiologists, but also social and behavioral scientists. What are sometimes called the soft sciences are extremely important, particularly when you're asking people to have behavior change. Then you need to understand, get those behavioral insights from the experts. And most important is we have to prepare for the next pandemic, because it's a matter of when, not if there will be another pandemic. Surely, could be influenza, it could be any other viral infection. Most likely it will be a zoonotic disease. So again, we also need to take a One Health approach. We need to work with the veterinarians, with the agriculture and veterinary people to really try to understand, take Nipah, for example, or Congo hemorrhagic fever. All of these infections are there in animals, and we need to understand how it spreads and when it spreads, when it jumps. So this is a question that is urgent. Investments in this kind of capacity to undertake this type of work, surveillance both of animals and for humans, strengthening the public health and primary healthcare response systems, and essentially having a public health cadre in every state in the country with people who are trained at the district level to be able to detect, prevent, and respond. This is going to be necessary in order to respond better to the next pandemic, and in order to prevent the world from sort of going into this type of a limbo situation that we have been in. So I think that's my last slide. And I've already mentioned all of these things. Frontline workers, really important to invest in human resources. As I mentioned earlier, it's not enough to have physical infrastructure. Equity, human rights, gender, and social justice should underpin all programs, because as I mentioned, we did see, and we still see, the most vulnerable people in society most badly affected now, because they lost their livelihoods and they are getting impacted by so many other conditions. Malnutrition, we know, is one of the biggest risk factors for tuberculosis. So this is something that we really need to be worried about. Digital health, I didn't talk a lot about it, but clearly telemedicine, mobile health, digital health, these are things which have shown themselves to be useful and which need to be invested in for the future. I know that India has a very ambitious program on digital health. There's a national digital health blueprint and a strategy. Telemedicine has been used through the e-Sanjeevani clinics and probably will be expanded in the coming months and years. So I will stop here and turn it back to you, Professor Abhijit. And once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been a pleasure sharing some of my thoughts with you today.
Now I request Professor Dr. Shubhankar Chaudhary, Chair of this oration, to conclude the session with a note of thanks to Dr. Swaminathan.
I'm sure all of us agreed we had a wonderful, spellbinding talk by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, covering a wide range from epidemiology to genetics to political will and leadership, infodemics, what have you, and finally ending with the watchword that this is not likely to be the last epidemic, so we need to be prepared. Hopefully we have learnt our lessons, and it's gratifying to hear from sort of the horse's mouth who's leading the onslaught from our end on this pandemic. It's also very gratifying to know that the chief guest for this program, Nobel laureate Professor Abhijit Vinayak Banerjee, has also been following Dr. Swaminathan's talk, and we now will go on to the next part of our program. But my sincere thanks to Dr. Soumya for giving us the time and opportunity to listen to you, to learn from you. Hopefully we perform better. Thank you very much once again.
It is our proud privilege to announce that Nobel laureate Professor Abhijit Vinayak Banerjee, despite of his busy schedule, has kindly consented to grace the occasion as chief guest. Now Professor Banerjee will deliver his formal inaugural speech of this celebration virtually from Paris. Introduction of this glamorous deliberation will be placed by Professor Dr. Diptendra Kumar Sarkar.
Afternoon. Professor Banerjee doesn't need any introduction, but it's custom to introduce the chief guest and the orator for the inaugural session of the 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R. He is the Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics in MIT, USA. He's the director of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, MIT. He's the past president of the Bureau for Science and for Research and Economic Analysis of Development. He's a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the Econometric Society. Above all, as Indian and as a Bengali, which needs no introduction, he is the recipient of the 2019 Riksbank Prize for Economics in memory of Sir Alfred Nobel for innovative approaches in alleviating global poverty. The podium is all yours, sir.
I'm trying to put the video on, but it's refusing. Maybe on your side you can let me in. You hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I cannot put the video on. It's refusing to put it on. So I press on it. It does not. Is there a way to do it from your side? Since you're the host, I think you can. I've been trying for the last half an hour and not succeeding.
Sir? Hello, sir. Can we hear? Can you hear us?
We hear you very well. Yes,
Sir,
I don't get to start the video.
Sir,
I'm being blocked.
you need to log out because the technocrats, they told us that while you have logged in, you have possibly not accessed the video. So you have to log out and re-log in, and at that time allow video and audio. Therefore, you will be visible.
I think I did all of that at least once, but I'll try again. I don't think that's a problem.
Sir, we will be privileged if you can try once more, please, sir. Just log out and log in.
It doesn't work. I just tried. Again, it says when I click on start video, and I'm used to this technology, I use it twice a day, every day. It's not working. I think maybe I just go ahead without the video. It doesn't.
Sir, in that case, you may start, sir. Actually, what the screen here shows is that you have not accessed the video, you have only accessed the audio. I understand there must be some issues, sir. But
trying to do it. I know how to do it. I do, two Zoom calls a day.
Yeah, I know, sir. It's just that more than 800 people are waiting actually to hear you, so you can start, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me, and congratulations for this, 65th Foundation Day of IPGME, and this is. But I wanted to maybe indulge myself for a second. I also noticed this is essentially the 250th anniversary. 2020 was the 250th anniversary of the foundation of PG Hospital at its current location. So that's a remarkable achievement for any institution. I realize it was a very different institution then. There was no research, indeed no Indians were allowed into it. But I still think that durability of institutions is a critical issue, and especially durability of successful institutions is a critical issue, and that in a sense is going to be the main theme I want to spend a little bit of my time today speaking. I think the key question that I think many people this pandemic has highlighted is, the role of science and society, and in particular the role of scientific institutions in guiding us. And I think that, therefore, I think the context is a great context to talk a little bit about, what it takes for educational and research institutions, scientific institutions, or dedicated to those tasks, to thrive. And I think that's. I wanted to take that issue up, given that we are speaking in the context of one of the very successful institutions of India. It's an institution where, goes back, Sir Ronald Ross identified
the causes of malaria here in PG Hospital. Edward Hare worked on using quinine to deal with malaria, and of course there's been a very long tradition of wonderful research since then. There's people like Kanailal Mojumdar, Professor M.K. Chetri, Professor Bijan Roy, and my very good friend, Dr. Abhijit Chaudhuri. These are all people who are remarkable researchers who have contributed enormously to their areas, and I think this makes it, I think, a very good place to discuss what it takes and to have a successful institution and why we should care. When I was awarded the Nobel Prize in economics, or whatever, the Sveriges Riksbank Prize in the memory of Alfred Nobel, I was asked by in Indian media whether this prize, I could have got the prize if I had done the research in India. And I was very clear. I said, no, I could not have done it. And I could not have done it because I think it is very hard. It is, it's really extremely valuable to have colleagues who teach you, to have students who also teach you and take your ideas and make them better than what you would have imagined. It's very important to have institutional support. At MIT, they helped us build the Abdul Latif Jamil Poverty Action Lab, which was named in the Nobel Prize citation as a very key contributor to our research. And it is something that without which I don't think we would have had the prize, and I certainly would not have the prize in the way we got it. So I think that is absolutely, and that institution was built by, I think, MIT helping us, encouraging us, giving us both space and money. And so I think all of those things played an enormous role. Now, could someone else have done it without the kind of support I had? And the answer is yes. I mean, there's so many famous examples. I already mentioned Ronald Ross, but if you think of C.V. Raman, Satyendra Bose, Jagadish Chandra Bose, C.R. Rao, Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, there were great innovators, each of them are really an enormous figure in their own field, in their own right, and they did it in Kolkata in one form or the other. And I think that it's not, so I don't discount the possibility that it's possible. And I would predict that there will be people who have worked mostly or only in India who will soon be winning the Nobel Prize in many of the sciences and probably in literature as well. But I do feel very much that these are more remarkable people than me. I just don't have the same kind of discipline, the same kind of commitment. Why do I say that? Well, partly to just say that I couldn't have done it, but also to say that therefore, what is critical in generating great science is collaboration of many people. Institutions are important. Institutions like yours are important precisely because they bring people together. They create an intellectual climate where ideas can be talked about and where the whole institutional environment values a certain kind of quality. So you have to somehow be willing to both, keep your eye out for quality at an institutional level, praise people who are producing that, and create, inspire others to follow them. All of that happens when there is a group of people who are working together on something like this. It's very hard to do it. It can be done, as that's what I was saying. There are wonderful examples of individuals working in isolation and making it happen, but it's much, much, much harder. And I think, and that also makes it clear why it's very creditable that an institution like IPGME survives and flourishes, because it's actually a challenge. I give an example from my own field, from economics. The Delhi School of Economics is perhaps still the leading institution in economics in India. But at some point in the early 1970s, it had luminaries, really, where it was a top place in the world. Professor Amartya Sen, Professor Jagdish Bhagavati, Professor Dharma Kumar, Professor Madala. There were just lots of people of great talent were in one place, and that was a moment when India was a place where people really imagined building a truly great institution. Truly great institutions have been built in India. In economics, there was the vision that this would happen. But then what happened was, one of them, this was a period where the government salaries in the government system were falling. And by one, these people left. And as they left, it became harder and harder to attract other people. Because people come to institutions, good people come to good institutions because other good people are there. That's the central driver of anybody who wants to do research, is I want to go where other people are. Other people are doing research that inspires me. And I think that particular privilege of being with excellent people, when that goes away, institutions can fall apart. And when they fall apart, it's very hard to build them back. So I say that because I think that it's actually very important to both congratulate yourself that you continue to be an institution of excellence, and to be vigilant that it is actually very easy to say, well, it's just one person's leaving, one person didn't come, one person has retired, but it's not one person. Try to keeping everybody in the institution, people of talent who work together, encouraging each other. I think that's both a very difficult task and a task that's extremely well worth doing. So let me turn to the second part of what I was going to say. Why is it so important? What makes it so important? And I think that there is something, there's a temptation, and I hear it even in sometimes in policymakers talk, that maybe what we should do is we should just specialize, outsource our basic science research to the world. We'll do useful things. We'll take other people's basic science work and we'll build on it. But we won't actually try to do basic science. It's too expensive. There is no immediate payoff. It's basic science. It's not something that's immediately usable. And I think that's fundamentally a mistake. I think it's very important that we have a culture that sustains basic science. And let me try to argue why. I think that the first, I think perhaps the most important, is that I think this distinction is spurious. What is basic science at some point? So, for example, this year's Nobel Prize went to the development of, in chemistry, went to the development of CRISPR. CRISPR is a technology for gene splicing, and is a technology that was developed as a part of basic science work and was rewarded as such. But it's one that was critical for what's happening now in terms of developing the vaccine. So, and this is within a few years. So I do think that it's extremely important that we don't have this kind of very clear, sharp separation between basic science and non-basic science. What becomes basic science, what transforms basic science into useful science is actually somebody's insight that this can be connected to that. That's an extremely important insight, and it can come only when the culture of basic science is pervasive. People know what's available, they can find it, they can pick it. I mean, the story of the development of the vaccine this year is one where there was research going on at the NIH about particular ways of using mRNA vaccines. They were developing mRNA vaccines. There was research going on in Moderna and Pfizer on creating delivery systems for such proteins into the body. And this was all brought together extremely fast because there were people who knew that all of this research exists, that this was all being done. Nobody knew at that point what it would be used for. It was brought together extremely fast because there was a culture where people understood that each of these pieces can be used. So I think first point, basic science is actually usable science. It's not, and I think we should keep that in mind always. That just to say that that's too ivory tower, it is a false distinction. The second point I want to make is that it's also how we keep our scientists excited. Scientists don't want to be told, you do this because it's in the national interest, it's useful, it's this, it's that. They want to be told, you aim for the sky, be excited by ideas. And if we don't fund basic science, if we don't encourage people to think, even when they're doing more practical science, to think big, I think we will lose out. And I think we'll lose talent. We have lots of talented people, but the ones who are often inspired to do ambitious things often leave because they feel that there isn't enough support for them. So I think it's extremely important to focus on science as broadly as possible. The third reason, and this came up in Dr. Swaminathan's talk, is we want to be mindful of how the role of a scientific culture in a society. I think the idea of what it's very easy, as she said, to get confused about what's true, what is not. But I think one of the critical points in that is it has to be I think to understand what to believe, we need to understand the primary methodology behind the knowledge generation. That's how we understand. We believe in certain things because we believe, for example, that randomized control trials work. When people say that, we have had phase 2 trials and that's good enough, or on 8 people and that's good enough for rollout, we are taking risks with exactly that culture. So I think it's very important for us to be mindful of the value of being committed to a certain culture of very clear protocol-driven testing. So people understand that even if they don't understand exactly what science was done, they understand that the science came out of a process that's well established, well recognized, transparent, looked into, where anybody can look into and see what you're doing. So I think it's very important that we have a culture where science is placed in the middle of the conversation, where we are in each of our cases, and that I include the works that we do in, for example, in economics, where also the question of what's a good policy needs to be evaluated with respect to transparent standards, And we should have conversations which are not about I believe this and you believe that, but about what's the evidence. I think that the evidentiary culture of asking about the evidence, we won't always understand. I don't understand the evidence that makes, the mRNA vaccines made them so successful. I don't understand the science, but I understand the process that makes that science work, and I understand the process by which other people can evaluate that. And so I think the culture of science is extremely important, and I think that's a third and extremely important contribution of a scientific institution like IPGME. Finally, I think it's extremely important today that we recognize the way the world, despite the best efforts of the WHO, way the world is dealing with this vaccine issue. If you think about what's happened to a number of the vaccines, the supply of those has been mostly grabbed by the rich countries. Right now, they have available the ones, the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines have been mostly cornered by the rich countries, and even within them, they're fighting. So it's also very important that we keep our autonomy, that we are in a place where we have enough good scientists, enough basic science, enough facilities, that if necessary, we can go our own way. India is actually fortunate. In vaccines, at least, we have a lot of installed capacity and a lot of good scientists. But I still think that it is in many other places. I think if we had to deal with a problem that suddenly crops up, we will be found thin on the ground. So I think it's extremely important. This is not a nationalist plea that it has to be our vaccine. I'm very happy to use anybody's vaccine, but it's very important to understand that the world is that companies are perfectly happy to charge whatever price they can get, and you hear the prices of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines. They're extremely expensive. If you have to buy one for everybody, that's going to be a huge part of GDP. So I do think that it's extremely important that we build capacity to build these ourselves. So I for all of those reasons, I want to go back to what I started by saying, which is that I think scientific institutions are critical for a country like India, but for any country. And we have a long tradition of great institutions. We now need to continue to invest in them and make them better. And congratulations for your 65th Foundation Day, and I said the 250th anniversary as well. And thank you very much for having me speak to you.
Now I request Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Sarkar to conclude the session.
Thank you, sir. We were not able to see you, but we understood your views and dreams. And dreams are what which makes big institutions and convert them to a great institution. You have talked about the significance and importance of basic science. You have talked about the concept of nurturing eccentricity and disciplined eccentricity. Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure. It was really something which has immensely inspired us to take steps to go ahead in the next decade. Thank you very much, sir. And we do hope that next time we physically meet, we would be able to hand over all the important things that we have kept for you to be handed over when we meet physically. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Thanks to everybody. Now I request Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra, Dean of the Student Affairs, IPGME&R and IPGME&R, to deliver his Thanksgiving message to all our guests and attendees present physically or virtually.
So once more, good afternoon to you all. Our medical superintendent come vice principal, Professor Raghunath Mishra, is held up in the vaccination arena. So it's my pleasure and duty to take over and offer the vote of thanks. Let me begin with our honored guests who have joined us today, either physically or on this virtual platform, to make this 65th Foundation Day celebrations of IPGME&R a success. Let me thank Professor Amol Kanti Dash, today's guest of honor, who hoisted the Institute flag at 9 o'clock in the morning. We have three very distinguished speakers today. Professor Abhijit Vinayak Banerjee, Nobel laureate in economics, whom we have just heard delivering the inaugural speech. Dr. Tal Danino, molecular biologist at Columbia University, for providing us, as part of the Arun Banerjee Memorial Oration, an insight into the biological treatment of cancer, which may in the near future open up new vistas in cancer management. Dr. Shouma Shaminathan, Chief Scientist, WHO, who spoke from Geneva on the COVID-19 situation, the global scenario, the challenges and the efforts of WHO in this regard. You must all appreciate that we have been able to have these guests only because we decided that we'll go in for a hybrid mode of the 65th Foundation Day program. Physically, it may not have been possible to have them here, but we are grateful to them that they have spared their valuable time, sat before the video console and participated and made our 65th Foundation Day celebrations a grand event. There are many other people to thank. I begin with our organizing committee, who have continued from last year, led by Professor Gautam Ganguly, Head, Department of Neuromedicine, Professor Shubhankar Chaudhary, Head, Department of Endocrinology, and the whole team who have worked under them. Professor Soumitra Ghosh, busy as always, I don't see him around. We thank all of them. Along with them, we have our two very able assistant superintendents, Mallika and Chandrabali, who have worked behind the scenes tirelessly. So I'd request all of us give a big hand to them today. Our scientific committee, as always, executed our scientific program, the paper sessions yesterday flawlessly. Professor Mitali Chatterjee, HOD Pharmacology, Dr. Shoma Banerjee, Dr. Shimanti Datto, all of them are here. And yesterday's program, I went around the halls a few times. They were entirely participatory, and I'm sure that if we have students of this caliber coming out of the institute, then research in India is going to be in safe hands for the near future. So I must thank all the participants. I think there are more than 110 papers together, and we even had a session of MBBS students participating in speaking about the COVID-19 scenario. I must thank all our students, residents, MBBS students. As a policy decision, we did not ask them to participate actively this time, except a small role in the cultural program which will follow. But I'm sure all of them are with us today on the virtual platform, and they are part of the IPGME&R family, and they have contributed to the success of the Foundation Day celebrations. Hopefully, next year, 2022, we'll have them back again in full force, joining in the celebrations. Now, the COVID pandemic has thrown up many surprises, and before I conclude, one such surprise is our very own accounts officer, Shri Devashish Chaudhary, who has with flair conducted, anchored this program in this hall today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, with this, with my sincere gratitude and thanks to our director, Professor Monimai Banerjee, our MSPP, Professor Raghunath Mishra, and all our heads of department, senior faculty, and other faculty who are with us here today in this hall or in the virtual platform. I thank all of them. Without their wholehearted cooperation, this program would not have been a success today. Thank you all. Just hold on for the prize distributions.
Thank you, sir. Well, it is a moderately warm afternoon today, right? And when life's winter comes, a warmth, a togetherness is very necessary to come out, any path to get out from it. So this togetherness, this trust, this all along with us, thisness is very necessary for today, and it has an immense importance. Our institute is heritage one, and we all are proud to be part of this institution. So, in this note, a big round of applause for ourselves, everybody. Thank you. A good session. We have experienced a good session, and now I am privileged. I am Sharnav, privileged to host the rest of the event part. And first of all, I would like to request Professor Abhijit Hajra, Dean of the Student Affairs, to come to the stage and help conducting the prize giving ceremony. Now it is prize giving ceremony. All the students who have participated in scientific session and who are chosen by the scientific team, they will be prized, and the prize will be delivered here. And this session will be conducted by Professor Abhijit Hajra. In this time, there are so many students and faculty members. So, may I ask one question to you? Do you know who was the first Indian doctor who was appointed in then PG hospital, which is transformed to IPGME&R? Do you know that? Who was the first Indian doctor? Dr. Surendra Ghosh was first Indian doctor who was appointed as in IPGME&R, not in IPGME&R, that was then PG hospital, Presidency General Hospital. And do you know who was the first native patient of PG hospital? Right, Michael Madhusudhan Dotto was first native patient who was admitted in PG hospital.
Okay, this one working. So we'll begin our prize distribution session today with the awards for the best papers. So to present these awards, may I call upon Professor Gautam Ganguly, sir, to present some of the awards of the medicine sessions. So you'll be happy to know that there is a certificate and there is also a cash award for the students who have been selected as winners of the medicine sessions. The first medicine session, the best paper award for this goes to Dr. Bhashar Bhattacharya from the Department of General Medicine. First runners-up for this session, Dr. Riksham Chatterjee from the Department of Respiratory. Thank you. Envelope pore gelo. Second runners-up, Dr. Arunima Chakraborty from Microbiology. Surgery beginning. So may I now request Professor Mukul Bhattacharya to do the honors for the sessions on surgery. So the session on surgery, we had two sessions. The best paper award for the first session goes to Dr. Diptendu Ghosh from Orthopedics. So the first runners-up, no, this is joint. So runners-up, first runners-up joint, Dr. Ayush Keshav Singhal from the Department of General Surgery and Dr. Pinaki Dash from Orthopedics. Dr. Ayush and Dr. Pinaki. Thank you. So the next session on surgery, the best paper award goes to Dr. Orgho Shah from anesthesiology. Dr. Orgho. Thank you. First runners up, goes to Dr. Shayantan De from Pathology. The second runners-up for this session goes to Dr. Dhrubajyoti Shengupta from Anesthesiology. Dr. Dhrubajyoti. DM, yes. The next session would be of the DM candidates. May I request Professor Devobrata Sen, if sir you can come up and do us the honors. So for this DM session, the best paper awards goes to Dr. Shoham Tarufdar from Endocrinology. Dr. Shoham, please. First runners-up goes to Dr. Shautrik Sheth from Neonatology. Hmm. The second runners-up, Dr. Shubhodip Gupta from Neuromedicine. Now the session for the MCH papers. May I request Professor Makunlal Shah, sir, if you can do us the honors of presenting these awards. So the best paper award for this MCH residents, Dr. Piyush Gupta from Urology. Dr. Piyush. Thank you. First runners-up, Dr. Shoibam Jaya Lema from Plastic Surgery. Dr. Shoibam. The second runners-up, we have joint winners, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Chabra from Neurosurgery and Dr. Dasu Klang Disya, also from Neurosurgery. So Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. Dasu. Joint runners-up for the MCH papers. May I now request Dr. Shoma Banerjee, if you can please come up and do the honors for the session involving the research scholars from different departments. So for this session, we have joint best paper awards. Devolina Sarkar from Pharmacology and Devangana De from SDLD. Devolina and Devangana. Please. Thank you. First runners-up for this session, Dr. Ananya Chakraborty from SDLD. Second runners-up, Shushmita Dotto from Endocrinology. May I now request Professor Utpalendu Dash, our HOD Radio Diagnosis, to hand out the awards for our MBBS students. For the first time, we had a separate session this year for the MBBS students. They have presented on the COVID-19 scenario. And the best paper goes to Rupakshi Rana from the second semester. Rupakshi, are you there? Acha, they are all. First runners up, Shrestha Kundu. Shrestha is there. So the first runners up award goes to Shrestha Kundu. दिखे देखो कैमरा दिखे देखो এরোটা ধরুন ঠিক আছে দুজনেই আছে so this part is completed now we'll go on to the medals and certificates for the postgraduate students now every year we have the undergraduate students and the postgraduate students participating. This year, as a policy decision, we did not involve the UG students. Most of their examinations have also not been held, except the final prof of 2019, which was held after our Foundation Day celebrations in January 2020. So those awards we have kept in abeyance and they'll be given next year with all the other pending awards. So may I request Professor Gautam Ganguly to come up here, sir. একটু প্রাইজ কয়েকটা দিতে হবে স্যার চলে আসুন Sorry, I misspelled the name. Gautam Guho, sir. আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ এটা সার্টিফিকেট সঙ্গে কোঅর্ডিনেট করুন Okay, so the first medal we have on our list is the Medal for Proficiency in Annual Examination for the discipline of MD General Medicine, session 2018-2021. This goes to Dr. Bhashar Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhashar, please step up. উড়িয়ে দেবেন নাকি আচ্ছা তোমরা একজন স্যারকে খুলে দাও এগুলো খুলে নিন প্যাকেটগুলো খুলে নিন So Medal for Proficiency in Annual Examination, MD General Medicine Session 2018-2021 goes to Dr. Bhashar Bhattacharya. Next is the Medal for Proficiency in Annual Examination, Discipline of General Surgery for the session 2018-2021. This goes to Dr. Neha Agarwal. So Dr. Neha had requested whether her parents could be present. We had to refuse it. Sorry for that. But I hope you don't mind. Neha Agarwal. Next is the Medal for Proficiency in Annual Examination, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology, session 2018-2021. This goes to Dr. Deepanita Vishwash. Dr. Deepanita, please. Next is Medal for Proficiency in Thesis Work, MD General Medicine, session 2018-21. Dr. Bhashar, please step forward once again. Medal for Proficiency in Thesis Work, General Surgery, session 2018-2021. This goes to Dr. Siddhartha Shankar Mishra. Dr. Siddhartha, please. Medal for Proficiency in Thesis Work, Obstetrics and Gynecology, session 2018-21. Dr. Ritu Man. Dr. Ritu, please. Professor Amol Kumar Bose Memorial Award for obtaining the highest marks in MD Anesthesiology 2020 from IPGME&R goes to Dr. Shreya Dotto. Dr. Shreya. So this is a medal which is coming now, is from the Department of Radiodiagnosis, and I request Professor Utpalan Dudash to present the Dr. Prabir Sengupta Memorial Award for Excellence in MD Radiodiagnosis 2020 from IPGME&R, and the award goes to Dr. Shaumo Addo. Oh, Indrila Ashini too. I'll just. Acha. So next is the Madhusudhan Shaha Memorial Award for obtaining the highest marks in MS General Surgery 2020 from IPGME&R. The award has gone to Dr. Oindrila Bishwas. Since Oindrila is not here, may we request Neha to collect the award on this behalf. Now this award has been instituted by Professor Makhun Lal Shah in honor of his parents. There is also a cash award which sir would subsequently give to Oindrila. So Neha, can you, accept the, okay. So Madhusudhan Shah Memorial Award for obtaining highest marks in MS General Surgery 2020 from IPGME&R. Next is the Nihar Bala Ghosh Memorial Award for obtaining the highest marks in MS Obstetrics and Gynecology 2020 from IPGME&R. This goes to Dr. Tamisha Panigrahi. Dr. Tamisha, please. Okay. So you are? So Dr. Roma is accepting the award on behalf of Dr. Tamisha, the Nihar Bala Ghosh Memorial Award. So may I now request Professor Shomita Chatterjee, if Madam, you can come forward and do us the honors of some more awards. So the next award we have on the list is Dr. Purnima Mukherjee and Srimati Kalyani Dattagupta Award for the best thesis in anesthesiology in 2020 from IPGME&R students. That goes to Dr. Abhijit Gayan. No, we cannot. So the next award Dr. K.P. Shengupta Memorial Award for the highest marks in MD Pathology examination in 2020 from among students of IPGME&R. That goes to Dr. Moupali Ghosh, and this award has been directly given by the Department of Pathology. So Mamata madam wanted to be here, but she has to take a vaccine shot. So K.P. Shengupta Memorial Award for the highest marks in MD Pathology. So the Pushpa Rani Shah Memorial Award, we are not giving the medal here right now because the students are not participating, but the award is there. So this exam was held after our Foundation Day celebrations in January 2020. Okay. So next year will be combined giving all the pending awards. So now we have the awards for the nursing students. The medal for proficiency in the third year general nursing and midwifery examination goes to Ms. Taramoni Khatun. No, এগুলোর মনে নেই, আছে। You'll take it. তোমার নাম কি? Oh, Jashmina, you are there. So Jashmina will accept the medal on behalf of our senior Taramoni. না থার্ড ইয়ার মেডেলটা একটু চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে, থার্ড ইয়ারের মেডেলটা এইটাতে। So the next medal is for the second year general nursing and midwifery examination, and this goes to Jasmina, who is right there. So Ms. Jasmina Malik won the second year general nursing and midwifery examination medal and certificate. Second year লেখা থাকবে। Thank you, Jasmina. Medal for proficiency in the first year general nursing and midwifery examination. This goes to Ms. Shanghati Pal. Now we have the Certificate of Merit Awards. May I request Professor Nandini Chatterjee? Professor Nandini, can you step forward and do us the honors, please? We have the first. So the first certificate we have on our list is the first certificate of merit for annual examination in medicine, 2018-2021 session. This goes to Dr. Niladri Bhomik. Anyone from the Department of Medicine, can you collect it on behalf of Niladri? আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, আমরা রেখে দিচ্ছি। First certificate of merit, annual examination, surgery, 2018-21 session, Dr. Arnab Nandi. Dr. Arnab. First certificate, thank you. First certificate of merit, annual examination, obstetrics and gynecology, session 2018-21, Dr. Papia Khawas. Dr. Papia. ঠিক আছে, thank you. The second certificate of merit, annual examination, medicine 2018-21 session, Dr. Shobhik Ghatok. Shobhik is not here, we'll give it to him later. Second certificate of merit, annual examination, surgery 2018-21, Dr. Anirudh. Dr. Anirudh M. Second certificate of merit, annual examination, obstetrics gynecology 2018-21, Dr. Pritha Chakraborty. Dr. Pritha. First certificate of merit for proficiency in thesis work, medicine 2018-21, Dr. Jayaditya Ghosh. Medicine department chole geche. First certificate of merit, proficiency in thesis work, surgery 2018-21, Dr. Arnab Nandi again. First certificate of merit, thesis work, obstetrics gynecology 2018-21, Dr. Roma. Thank you. Second certificate of merit, proficiency in thesis work, medicine 2018-21, Dr. Niladri Bhomik. Niladri to chole geche. Second certificate of merit, proficiency in thesis work, surgery 2018-21, Dr. Neha Agarwal again. Should be giving a feast, huh? So many awards. Second certificate of merit, proficiency in thesis work, obstetrics gynecology 2018-21, Dr. Sharmin Shiria Begum. Dr. Sharmin, please. Thank you. So the last award we had on our list, Certificate of Merit for being the most humane nurse 2020. Now this award is given by the Nursing Super's office, but I've been informed by Nursing Super that because of this COVID situation, they have not been able to do a performance assessment. So this award is kept in abeyance for the time being. So thank you for attending the award ceremony, and may we have a big hand for all the award winners. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And congratulations to all award winners. এটা খুব ভালো কথা, অ্যাওয়ার্ড পাওয়া হয়েছে, কিন্তু অ্যাওয়ার্ডটা নিয়ে এক্ষুনি বাড়ি চলে গেলে কি করে হবে? আরেকটু অনুষ্ঠান আছে তো, সবাইকে সঙ্গে থাকতে হবে, সবাইকে কিছুক্ষণ আরেকটু সঙ্গে থাকতে হবে। So now it is time for a debate. We are always debating with our own self, what to do, what not to, what will help us, what will not. So there is always a dilemma, and this dilemma can get a positive ray for future with debates. So let's concentrate on debates always. Now it is time for debate, and today our topic is very vibrant nowadays. Online teaching is better than classroom teaching. On this topic, all the participants, I would like to request all the participants to come up on the dais, and we will discuss on that. And this session will be moderated by Jasmina Mullik, and the judges chair will be honored by Josna Bera, PNO NTS, Lipika Roy Mukhopadhyay, Senior Sister Tutor, and Kia Nundi, Senior Sister Tutor. I would like to request three judges to please come upon on the dais and take your seat. এখানে চলবে, ওরা এখান থেকে বলবে, আপনারা না one by one. let's do one thing. This podium for the motion, and that podium will be for against the motion. Okay, right? For the motion, Shushmita Shao, Sanghita Pal, and Onkita Chakraborty. তোমরা তিনজন এখানে থাকো, and against for the motion, Salma Banu, Shopna Patro এবং গায়ত্রী জানা. Okay, and all the honorable judges, please come upon on the stage. তাহলে আমরা ফর দ্য, তোমরা বসে পড়ো, ওয়ান বাই ওয়ান করে আসবে, বসে পড়ো, দাঁড়িয়ে না থাকে, ওয়ান বাই ওয়ান আসবে, বসে পড়ো। তাহলে আমরা ফর দ্য মোশন থেকে শুরু করি। ফর দ্য মোশন, the first of all, for the motion, the first speaker will be Shushmita Shao for the motion. Right. Moderator will start the session, and moderator is Jasmina Malik.
A very good afternoon to everyone. In this pandemic situation, we all are bound between four walls. We all are deviated from our daily habits, routines, etc. That's why we all realize the importance of virtual lifestyle in various fields like education, shopping, business, etc. After living this virtual life for a long time, we also realize so many problems. Thus, a question is knocking in our mind, especially related to education. Is online teaching better than classroom teaching? We all are gathered here to discuss about this topic today. It's my pleasure to be a moderator for this session. I'm Jasmina Malik, third year GNM student. And I'll request the first speaker for this session, Shushmita Shahu, to start this ceremony. Thank you.
থ্যাংক ইউ। সত্যি বর্তমান যুগে শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে আমাদের দুটি বিষয় খুব উঠে আসছে, ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং আর ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং। আপনাদের এই প্রসঙ্গে বলে রাখি, এখন ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এর থেকে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং অনেক ক্ষেত্রে ছাপিয়ে গেছে। যেমন, উই অল আর নাও কানেক্টেড বাই ইন্টারনেট লাইক আ নিউরনস ইন আ জায়েন্ট ব্রেন। এই কথাটি একেবারে যথাযথ, কেননা আমরা এই প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে আমাদের ইন্ডিয়াকে একটা স্কোপ করে দিয়েছে, যাতে করে আমরাও অন্যান্য ডেভেলপ কান্ট্রিগুলোর সাথে কাঁধে কাঁধ মিলিয়ে চলতে পারি। আর যেখানে শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা একেবারে ভেঙে যেতে বসেছিল ট্র্যাডিশনের যুগে, স্কুল কলেজ সমস্ত শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান যেখানে বন্ধ, সেখানে ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং পুরো হাল ছেড়ে দিয়েছে। সেই মতো অবস্থায় ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এসে যেন এখানে প্রাণ প্রতিষ্ঠা করেছে।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আমরা দেখলাম যে ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এর মাধ্যমে ইন্ডিয়ার মতো ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি ডেভেলপমেন্টের আরো এক ধাপ এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে। তাহলে কি আমরা ধীরে ধীরে ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এর ইম্পর্টেন্স হারাতে বসেছি? কি বলবেন? এগেইনস্ট দ্য স্পিকার।
আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু হয়তো একটু আবেগপ্রবণ বশত বলেই ফেলেছেন যে আমরা এই প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথডটাকে একসেপ্ট করে হয়তো ডেভেলপিং থেকে ডেভেলপ কান্ট্রি দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছি, কিন্তু উনি কোনো পরিসংখ্যান দেখাতে পারবেন কি? আর তাছাড়া ওনার বক্তব্য অনুযায়ী এই প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে আমরা হয়তো ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথডটাকে অনেক কষ্ট করে একসেপ্ট করেছি, কিন্তু তাই বলে তো ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং মেথডের ইম্পর্টেন্সটাকে কিছুতে অস্বীকার করতে পারি না, তাই না? দেখুন, এডুকেশন ফিল্ডে মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফ্যাক্টর হলো কমিউনিকেশন ফ্যাক্টর। সেটা টিচার টু স্টুডেন্ট হতে পারে বা স্টুডেন্ট টু স্টুডেন্ট হতে পারে। তাই শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে এই ফেস টু ফেস কমিউনিকেশন এটা না হলে বা ফেস টু ফেস রিলেশনশিপ না হলে প্রকৃত জ্ঞান অর্জন কোনো মতেই সম্ভব নয়। আর তাছাড়া আপনাদের এই ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে প্রকৃত জ্ঞান অর্জন হচ্ছে বলে তো আমার মনে হয় না, যেহেতু এখানে কেন অনেকটাই কমিউনিকেশন গ্যাপ থেকে যাচ্ছে। আর আপনি যে বললেন অনেক আগে থেকেই ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথডটা বহু কান্ট্রিতেই স্টার্ট হয়েছে, আপনাকে জানিয়ে রাখি আপনি যে সমস্ত কান্ট্রির কথা বলছেন সেগুলো হচ্ছে ডেভেলপড কান্ট্রি। বাট আপনি আমি যে কান্ট্রিতে বাস করছি সেটা হচ্ছে ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি ইন্ডিয়া, তাই না? ইন্ডিয়াতে ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি, যেখানে আমাদের মোস্ট অফ দ্য পিপল বিরাজ করছে প্রভার্টি লেভেল বা বিলো প্রভার্টি লেভেলে। তাই আপনাদের মতে ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করতে গেলে ইন্ডিয়াতে এখানে ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করার জন্য আমাদের স্মার্টফোন অ্যাক্সেস করতে হবে, ট্যাবলেট, কম্পিউটার, এগুলোতে অ্যাক্সেস করতে হবে, কিন্তু সেটা হয়তো অনেকটা দুঃসাধ্য ব্যাপার। আর শুধু এগুলো অ্যাক্সেস করলেই যে ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করা যাবে তাও তো না, এগুলোর পিছনে পার মান্থ একটা ইন্টারনেট কানেকশন অ্যাক্সেস করার যে ব্যাপারটা, সেটা আমাদের মতো এই ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রিতে অনেকটা দুঃসাধ্য ব্যাপার নয় কি?
তাহলে আমরা দেখলাম যে ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এর বক্তাদের পক্ষে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিংটা আমাদের কাছে খুবই সহজভাবে অ্যাক্সেসেবল না। সেটা কি আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর বক্তারা মেনে নেবেন, না এর এগেনস্টে কোনো যুক্তি দাঁড় করাবেন?
আমার বিপক্ষের বন্ধু হয়তো ভুলে যাচ্ছেন যে আমরা ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে ভিডিও কলের মাধ্যমে পড়াশোনাটা করছি। সেখানে একদিকে যেমন টিচার থাকছে, অন্যদিকে তেমন স্টুডেন্ট। তারা কিন্তু একে অপরের সাথে ইন্টারঅ্যাক্ট করছে, তারা দেখছে, কথা বলছে তাদের সাথে। এটা কি ফেস টু ফেস মিটিং হচ্ছে না? আর আপনি যে বলছেন এটার কত সুবিধা রয়েছে জানেন ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ? এখন ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর সুবিধা এখন ট্র্যাডিশনালকে অনেক গুণে ছাপিয়ে গেছে। আমাদের একটা ক্লাসরুমে কি লাগে? একটা টিচার এবং একটা স্টুডেন্টের উপস্থিতি। সেখানে যদি একজন কেউ অনুপস্থিত থাকে তাহলে কিন্তু আমাদের রেগুলারিটি যেটা মেনটেন করা ব্যাপার সেটা কিন্তু ব্রেক হয়ে যায়। সেক্ষেত্রে আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ দেখুন, যখন একজন অনুপস্থিত থাকছে তখন সে কিন্তু পৃথিবীর যে কোনো জায়গায় বসে এটা অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারছে, ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারছে, তাদের লার্নিং প্রসেসটাকে কন্টিনিউ করতে পারছে। কিন্তু আপনাদের ট্র্যাডিশনে কি এটা সম্ভব হচ্ছে? আপনাদের তো একজন টিচার না এলে পুরো ক্লাস অফ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, একটা স্টুডেন্ট যদি না আসে তার পুরো সেদিনের পুরো ক্লাসটাই বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তার পরবর্তীকালে তারা বন্ধুদের থেকে নোটস নিয়েও কিন্তু তাদের লার্নিং প্রসেসটা কন্টিনিউ করতে পারছে না। সেক্ষেত্রে আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে দেখুন, তারা কিন্তু প্রিভিয়াস ভিডিও ক্লিপ দেখেও কিন্তু পড়াশোনাটা চালিয়ে যেতে পারছে। তো আদৌ কি আপনাদের রেগুলারিটিটা সম্ভব হচ্ছে মেনটেন করা? আর যে ফোনের কথা বলছিলেন যে ফোন হয়তো অ্যাকসেপ্ট করতে পারবে না, ফোন সবার ঘরে নেই, কিন্তু আপনি যদি একটু ভালো করে দেখেন এখন ছোট থেকে বড় সবার হাতেই কিন্তু ফোন রয়েছে। সে খেতে পাক আর না পাক কিছু মানে বলতেই হয়, এখন লজ্জা লাগে যে প্রত্যেকটা বাড়িতে এখন কিন্তু একটা করে ফোন থাকে। তাই ফোন কিনতে পারবে না বা চালাতে পারবে না এই ধরনের কথাবার্তাগুলোও কিন্তু আর নেওয়া যায় না। আর রিচার্জের কথাও যদি বলেন তাহলে আমি বলবো যদি 3 মাসের জন্য আমরা মাত্র কত টাকা ব্যবহার করছি, 300 বা 400, তাতে কি হচ্ছে আমরা 3 মাসের জন্য কিন্তু একটা প্যাকেজ পেয়ে যাচ্ছি পড়াশোনা করার জন্য। আর আপনাদের ট্র্যাডিশনালি কি এত বড় বড় তো বিল্ডিং করছেন, এত বড় বড় বিল্ডিং হচ্ছে, ক্লাসরুম হচ্ছে, সেখানে ব্ল্যাকবোর্ড আর ট্রান্সপোর্টেশনের কষ্ট তো ছেড়েই দিলাম আমি। এই সমস্তগুলোকে ধামাচাপা দিয়ে আপনি কখনোই আপনাদের আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর সাথে আপনাদের ট্র্যাডিশনালকে কোনোভাবেই তুলনা করতে পারেন না। কারণ আমি এটা দাবির সাথে বলতে পারি যে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ একমাত্র মিনিমাম কস্টে আপনারা ম্যাক্সিমাম নলেজ গেইন করতে পারছেন।
আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধুর বক্তব্য অনেকটা ওই কাকতালীয় দোষে দুষ্ট, মানে কাকটি তাল গাছে বসবে তবেই তালটি পড়বে, এইরকম ব্যাপার আর কি। মানে কবে কোন শিক্ষক কোন ছাত্র অসুস্থ হবে এই নিয়ে আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু বড় চিন্তিত। আর তাছাড়া বিপক্ষ বন্ধুর এটা জানা দরকার যে শিক্ষক এবং শিক্ষার্থী উভয়ের মধ্যে সুমধুর সম্পর্কের মাধ্যমেই কিন্তু প্রকৃত শিক্ষা তথা বোধমূলক শিক্ষার বিকাশ ঘটে। আর অনলাইন ক্লাসের মাধ্যমে আমরা থিওরিটিক্যাল জ্ঞান অর্জন করলেও প্র্যাকটিক্যালি কোনো জ্ঞান অর্জন করতে কিন্তু পারি না। আর এই প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে নিশ্চয়ই ওই ভার্চুয়ালি কোনো রোগের ভ্যাকসিন আবিষ্কার করা সম্ভব নয়। আর তাছাড়া কবে কোথায় কিভাবে কখন অনলাইন ক্লাসের মাধ্যমে রেগুলারিটি মেনটেন হয়েছে বলুন তো? এই কয়েক মাস তো আমরা সবাই অনলাইন ক্লাসের চিত্রটা খুব ভালোভাবেই দেখলাম। প্রায় অধিকাংশ সময়ই তো নেটওয়ার্ক প্রবলেম হয়, নেটের কানেকশন পাওয়া যায় না। আর তাছাড়া ভারতের প্রাচীন ইতিহাসও তো সেই কথাই বলে, তাই না? ওই যে ভারতের গুরুকুল শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা, প্রাচীনকালেও তো শিষ্যদের গুরুগৃহে গিয়ে শিক্ষা গ্রহণ করতে হতো। কাজে শিক্ষার জন্য শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে তো যেতেই হবে, তাই না? আর ওই যে প্রিভিয়াস ভিডিও ক্লিপের মাধ্যমে শিক্ষা অর্জনের কথা বললেন আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু, ওইভাবে শিক্ষা অর্জন করলে না কেবল ওই সিলেবাস এগোবে, শিক্ষা নয়।
আচ্ছা, আপনার বিপক্ষের বক্তা যে বলেছেন ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারের ক্ষেত্রে একটা বিশাল অ্যামাউন্টের ইনভেস্টমেন্ট কিন্তু করা হচ্ছে ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথডে, সেক্ষেত্রে আপনি কি বলবেন?
হ্যাঁ, দেখুন, এই যে ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারের কথাটা আপনি বলছেন, এক্ষেত্রে আপনাকে জানিয়ে রাখি যে এটা হচ্ছে একটা ওয়ান টাইম ইনভেস্টমেন্ট, যেটার মাধ্যমে আমরা স্টুডেন্টদের জেনারেশন টু জেনারেশন হচ্ছে সিকিউরলি এবং খুব কমফোর্টেবলি তাদেরকে এডুকেশন প্রোভাইড করতে পারি। এখানে তোর ওই ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর মতন হচ্ছে বারবার রিচার্জের প্রশ্ন আসে না, তাই না? আর তাছাড়া মোদ্দা কথা হলো যে শিক্ষার জন্য শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে কিন্তু যেতেই হবে। মানে বাড়ির কাছে একবার মা ডাকছে, একবার বাবা ডাকছে, ওপরে স্কুল ড্রেস পরে বসে পড়লাম, নিচে কি আছে জানি না, এটা তো আর শিক্ষার প্রকৃত এনভায়রনমেন্ট হতে পারে না।
তাহলে আমরা দেখলাম যে শিক্ষার জন্য শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে যাওয়াটা নাকি খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট, কিন্তু আমরা এই সময় অনেক কাজই বাড়িতে বসে করাটাই বেশি স্বচ্ছন্দের মনে করছি। যেমন ধরুন কোনো ব্যাংকিংয়ের কাজ বা ইলেকট্রিক বিল পে করা, সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু ভার্চুয়াল মেথডটাই অ্যাকসেপ্ট করছি। তাহলে কি বলবেন, ভার্চুয়াল মেথডটা কোডিংটা কি দুটো দিকেই ইম্পর্টেন্ট, নাকি ট্র্যাডিশনাল মাধ্যমে আমরা বাড়িতে না থেকে সমস্ত কাজ প্রতিষ্ঠানে গিয়ে করাটাই শ্রেয় মনে করব?
Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once he grows up. আমার বিপক্ষের বন্ধু হয়তো ভুলেই যাচ্ছেন, বর্তমান যুগ হলো প্রযুক্তির যুগ, কোডিং হলো তার কাঁচামাল। আর এই কোডিং যদি শিশু বয়স থেকে শেখানো হয় কিংবা শেখানোর জন্য প্রচেষ্টা করা হয়, তাহলে আমাদের মতো এই উন্নয়নশীল দেশে ইনফরমেশন টেকনোলজির এক বিশাল বাজার তৈরি হবে। শুধু তাই নয়, তার সাথে সাথে বিভিন্ন কর্মসংস্থানেরও সুযোগ সৃষ্টি হবে। এবার আসি শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রের বিষয়ে। শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে বিভিন্ন অ্যাপ ইন্ট্রোডিউস করে, যেমন পিপিটি, স্লাইড শেয়ার, প্রেজেন্টেশনের মাধ্যমে লার্নিং সিস্টেমকে আরো অ্যাট্রাকটিভ ওয়েতে প্রেজেন্ট করা যায়। ভার্চুয়াল টিচিংয়েই একমাত্র ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশন সম্ভব, ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়ে তা কখনোই সম্ভব নয়। ভার্চুয়াল টিচিংয়ে যেখানে একটি মডিউল কমপ্লিট হলে তবেই নেক্সট মডিউলে যাওয়া যায়, তা কিন্তু ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়ে হয় না। এবার আপনারাই বলুন, ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়ে ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশন কিভাবে সম্ভব?
আরে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, কোডিংও শিখছে, তার সাথে সাথে অ্যাডাল্ট ওয়েবসাইটেও তো ঢুকে পড়ছে। কোডিং এর মাধ্যমে তো শুধুমাত্র এডুকেশনাল সাইটই নয়, ডিফারেন্ট টাইপস অফ গেমিং অ্যাপস, ডিফারেন্ট টাইপ অফ অ্যাডাল্ট ওয়েবসাইটও ক্রিয়েট হচ্ছে, যার ফলে বিভিন্ন এজ গ্রুপ তাদের পড়াশুনো ছেড়ে রীতিমতো এগুলোর প্রতি অ্যাট্রাক্টেড হচ্ছে। আর সব থেকে বেশি এফেক্টেড হচ্ছে স্কুল গোয়িং চিলড্রেনরা। বিপক্ষ বন্ধু হয়তো ভুলে যাচ্ছেন যে যন্ত্রের সামনে বসে শিশুরাও কিন্তু যান্ত্রিকভাবেই তৈরি হবে। শিক্ষা হলো পরিষেবামূলক মানবিক কাজ, মানবিক কাজ মানুষের দ্বারাই সম্ভব, যন্ত্র কখনোই তার বিকল্প হতে পারে না। এইভাবে ভার্চুয়ালি ক্লাস করতে গিয়ে তারা তাদের সামাজিক দায়বদ্ধতা ভুলে যাচ্ছে, তারা ভুলে যাচ্ছে তাদের কি করণীয়, তাদের কি করণীয় নয়, ডিসিপ্লিন মেনটেন করতে পারছে না তারা। রোজ রোজ যে শিশু স্কুলে যাওয়ার আগে ড্রেস আপ করে যেভাবে ডিসিপ্লিন মেনটেন হয়, সেটা কোনোভাবেই ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ মেনটেন করছে না তারা। আর এই যে বলছেন ক্লাসের কথা, যেসব অ্যাপ আমরা অনলাইন ক্লাসের মাধ্যম হিসেবে ইউজ করছি, সেসব অ্যাপে তো ভিডিও অডিও সাউন্ড মিউট রাখা যায়। তারা তাদের ভিডিও অডিও সাউন্ড মিউট রেখে রীতিমতো ফেসবুক হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে। কেউ কেউ তো আবার ঘুমিয়েও পড়ছে, কেউ কেউ বাড়ির অন্যান্য কাজেও নিযুক্ত হচ্ছে। সেক্ষেত্রে আপনার কি মনে হয় যে অনলাইন টিচিং এ অনেস্টি ব্যাপারটা প্রপারলি মেনটেন হচ্ছে? জানেন তো, আশাপূর্ণা দেবীর কথায়, মলাটের চেহারা কতটা চিত্তাকর্ষক করতে পারলে বই কতখানি চিত্তাকর্ষক হবে, সেই চিন্তাতেই মাথা ঘামাচ্ছি আমরা। আর আপনি কি বলছিলেন, ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশন। ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশন ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ হয়তো বা সম্ভব, কিন্তু সেটা সাময়িক ফলপ্রসূত, কিন্তু সেই ইভ্যালুয়েশনটা কি প্রপার ইভ্যালুয়েশন? আপনিই বলুন না।
এক পক্ষের দাবি সেখানে ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশনের মাধ্যমে বা মপ আপ টেস্টের মাধ্যমে ইমিডিয়েট ইভ্যালুয়েশন করে স্টুডেন্টদের ভেরিফাই করা হচ্ছে, কিন্তু অপর পক্ষের দাবি সেখানে কোনোভাবেই অনেস্টি মেনটেন করা হচ্ছে না। সেটা কি মেনে নেবেন আমাদের এই পক্ষ, নাকি তার পক্ষে কোনো যুক্তি দাঁড় করাবেন?
ডিসঅনেস্টি? আপনারা বলছেন ডিসঅনেস্টির কথা? আচ্ছা, আমাকে একটু বলুন তো, আপনাদের এই অনেস্টিটা কিভাবে মেনটেন হচ্ছে? আপনাদের তো এত স্ট্রিক্ট সুপারভিশন আপনারা এক্সামিনেশন নিচ্ছে,
তাও তো দেখছি পকেট থেকে চিরকুট বের করে, পা থেকে চিরকুট বের করে লিখছে। এগুলোই বোধহয় আপনাদের অনেস্টির নমুনা। কেউ কেউ তো আবার পুরো বইয়ের পাতা কেটে নিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে। এই ওয়েতেই বোধহয় আপনারা অনেস্টিটা মেনটেন করছেন, তাই তো? আর আপনারা কি একটা বলছিলেন না একটু আগে, এই যে মোবাইল গেমিং সম্পর্কে, সেক্ষেত্রে আমি বলবো আপনার কথাগুলো আংশিকভাবে সত্য মনে হলেও সম্পূর্ণভাবে কিন্তু যথার্থ নয়। প্রদীপের নিচে তো কালো থাকে, তাই বলে কি আমরা প্রদীপের আলোকে দোষ দিই না তো? প্রদীপের কাজ কি? আলোকিত করা। তাহলে আমাদের প্রদীপের গঠন শৈলীর পরিবর্তন করতে হবে। ঠিক তেমনি আমরা বাচ্চাদের এই বিভিন্ন ধরনের গেমিং সাইট বা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ, ফেসবুক এগুলো থেকে যদি এড়াতে চাই, তাহলে আমাদের প্রধান ভূমিকা পালন করে এখানে হচ্ছে শিক্ষার্থীর বাবা মা এবং শিক্ষক। তারা যদি একটু সচেতন হন, একটু লক্ষ্য দেন এই ব্যাপারে, আমার মনেই হয় না এই ধরনের প্রশ্ন উঠতে পারে বলে। আর আপনারা যে এই সমস্ত কথা বলছেন তার ভিতরে একটা যুক্তি তো থাকবে। নদীর বুকে অনেক তো কচুরিপানা ভেসে আসে, তাই বলে কি আপনার নদীকে মজে গেছে বলে পুকুরে পরিণত করবেন? নিশ্চয়ই না। আমাদের কর্তব্য কি? সেগুলোকে সরিয়ে নিশ্চয়ই আমাদের পুনরায় প্রবাহ যেটা সেটাকে বর্তমান করা। তাই শুধু শুধু অযৌক্তিক কথাবার্তা বলে সময় নষ্ট করবেন না।
বিপক্ষ বন্ধুর কথা শুনে আমার একটা কথাই মনে পড়ছে, শৈবাল দিঘিরে বলি উচ্চ করি শির, লিখে রেখো এক ফোঁটা দিলেম শিশির। কারণ শিক্ষার ব্যাপ্তি বিশাল, শিক্ষা একটি সামগ্রিক ব্যাপার। কেবল ওই মুঠোফোনের ঘেরাটোপেই তো শিক্ষা আবদ্ধ থাকে না। তাই শিক্ষার এই অকুল পাথারে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথড কি ওই সাগরে শিশির পড়ার সমকক্ষই নয়? আর তাছাড়া আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু যে বললেন যে প্রদীপের গঠন শৈলীর পরিবর্তনের কথা, তা প্রদীপের গঠন শৈলী বা পরিবর্তন করবেন কিভাবে? আর ওই কচুরিপানাই বা সরাবেন কিভাবে? আমার আরেক বিপক্ষ বন্ধু তিনি বললেন যে কোডিং এর মাধ্যমে ইন্ডিয়া নাকি ইনফরমেশন টেকনোলজির বিশাল বাজার তৈরি করবে। আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু ঠান্ডা ঘরে বসে ইনফরমেশন টেকনোলজির বিশাল বাজারের স্বপ্ন দেখছেন। এই উন্নয়নশীল দেশের অগণিত বুভুক্ষ মানুষের কাছে কিন্তু ক্ষুধার রাজ্যে পৃথিবী গদ্যময় পূর্ণিমার চাঁদ যেন ঝলসানো রুটি। আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু মোবাইল গেমের কথাও অস্বীকার করেছেন। দেখুন, একটা লাঠি দিয়ে যেমন একটা সাপকে মারা যায়, তেমন নিজের বাপকেও তো মারা যায়। তাই বলে দোষ তো লাঠির নয়, বরং লাঠি যে ব্যবহার করছে তার। আর এই মোবাইল হলো এমন একটা লাঠি যে কিনা ভালো মন্দ উভয়কেই একসঙ্গে মারে। তাই তো আমরা রোজ সংবাদপত্রে, টিভির মাধ্যমে দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে লক্ষ কোটি কুসুম ফুল হয়ে ফোটার আগেই ঝরে পড়ছে। ফলে আমাদের সমাজ, দেশ এবং জাতির অগ্রগতি রুদ্ধ হচ্ছে। আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু এও বললেন যে ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসে হচ্ছে এক্সামের সময় চিরকুট ভরে নিয়ে আসে স্টুডেন্টরা। এক্ষেত্রে আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধুকে জানিয়ে রাখি যে ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসে না স্টুডেন্টরা কিছু মুষ্টিমেয় স্টুডেন্ট, হ্যাঁ আপনার কথাটা মেনে নিলাম যে কিছু স্টুডেন্ট হচ্ছে এরকম করে, কিন্তু যথেষ্ট একটা নির্দিষ্ট নিয়ম মেনে কিন্তু ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসে এক্সাম হয়। এবং স্টুডেন্টরা, আমাদের যেহেতু কড়া নিরাপত্তা থাকে, নজরদারি থাকে, তাই তারা ধরাও পড়ে এবং পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে এরকম কাজ তারা আর করে না। তা কাজে ওই মুষ্টিমেয় কিছু স্টুডেন্টের মানে কথা দেখে আমরা পুরো শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাকে তো আর বিচার করতে পারি না। আর তাছাড়া আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে তো ওপেন বুক এক্সামিনেশন, সেখানে তো ইচ অ্যান্ড এভরি স্টুডেন্ট হচ্ছে দেখে দেখে লেখে। তো এর ক্ষেত্রে আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধুরা কি বলবেন আমি জানি না।
আচ্ছা, লাঠি, বাপসা, প্রদীপ, কচুরিপানা তো হলো। আমার মনে হয় আমাদের এখানে মূল বক্তব্য শিক্ষা, সেই শিক্ষার ব্যাপ্তি সাগরের ন্যায়। তাই ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথড বা ভার্চুয়াল মেথড, কোনটার ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটি কতটা, অ্যাক্সেসিবিলিটি কতটা, বা স্টুডেন্টরা কোন মেথডে বেশি এক্সপোজড হচ্ছে, এসে দেখে নেওয়া যাক সেই সব দিকগুলো।
বজ্র আটুনি ফসকা গেরু, আপনি যতই শিখুন করুন না কেন, তাতে বেশি ডিমোটিভেট করছেন। আর আপনি ওই ট্র্যাডিশনাল শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাকে সাগরের সঙ্গে তুলনা করলেন না। আমার মনে হয় আপনি ভুলেই গেছেন যে সাগরের পরিধি কতটা। সেখানে ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং দেখুন, ওয়ার্ল্ড এক্সপোজ এবং অনেক বেশি ফ্লেক্সিবল। উদাহরণস্বরূপ আমরা বলতে পারি, আমরা যদি একটা সেমিনারের অ্যারেঞ্জ করতে যাই, তাহলে ভাবুন ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্ষেত্রে সেটা কতটা সময় সাপেক্ষ এবং অনেক বেশি এক্সপেন্সিভ। সেখানে আমরা একটা ভার্চুয়াল সেমিনার কত সহজে অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারি। একটা লিঙ্কের মাধ্যমে আমরা দেশ বিদেশ যে কোনো এক্সপার্টের কাছ থেকে নলেজ গেইন করতে পারছি। আর আপনি বললেন না যে এই ভার্চুয়াল শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা নাকি সাগরে শিশির পড়া, তো এই বিন্দু বিন্দু থেকে কিভাবে সিন্ধু তৈরি হয় সেটাও আপনি দেখুন।
সত্যিই দারুণ ব্যাপার। কয়েক নিমিষের মাধ্যমে একটা লিঙ্কের সাহায্যে আমরা সহজেই দেশ বিদেশের এক্সপার্টকে অ্যাক্সেস করতে পারছি। তাহলে কি ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এ আমাদের শিক্ষাগত মান কমে যাচ্ছে, বা আমরা কি তাহলে স্টুডেন্টদের সেই পরিমাণে নলেজ প্রোভাইড করতে পারছি না? কি বলবেন বক্তা?
শিক্ষাগত মানের কথা যখন উঠে এসেছে তখন একটা উদাহরণ আমার মাথায় আসছে, জাঙ্ক ফুড এবং হোমমেড ফুড, এই দুটোর মধ্যে যে ডিফারেন্সটা আছে না, ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং এবং ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর মধ্যে ঠিক ততটাই ডিফারেন্স। জাঙ্ক ফুড হয়তো রেডিমেড টেস্টি, কিন্তু এটার নিউট্রিটিভ ভ্যালু কি কিছু আছে? কিন্তু হোমমেড ফুড, এটার মধ্যে নিউট্রিটিভ ভ্যালু যতটা আমাদের দরকার ততটাই আছে। তাই শুধু এরকম টেস্টি ফুড খেলে তো হবে না, বডিরও তো কিছু রিকোয়ারমেন্ট আছে, সেগুলো তো ফুলফিল করতে হবে। তাই শুধু এই ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর মাধ্যমে এভাবে শুধু অ্যাট্রাকটিভ ওয়েতে প্রেজেন্ট করলে হবে না, সেটা স্টুডেন্টরা কতটা একসেপ্ট করতে পারছে, আমাদের এটা নিড সেটা কি ফুলফিল হচ্ছে কিনা সেটাও তো আমাদের দেখতে হবে। আর তাছাড়া আপনি যে এক্সপার্টের লেকচার অ্যাটেন্ডের কথা বলছেন বা ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটির কথা বলছেন, আপনার জানা দরকার যে এডুকেশন ফিল্ডে আরো একটা মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফ্যাক্টর হচ্ছে যে প্রকৃত শিক্ষায় শিক্ষিত হতে গেলে ছাত্র এবং শিক্ষকের মধ্যে একটা সুমধুর সম্পর্ক দরকার। যেখানে টিচার স্টুডেন্টের মধ্যে কোনো রিলেশনশিপ নেই, সেখানে ওইভাবে হাওয়ায় ভেসে জ্ঞান অর্জন করলে কি প্রকৃত জ্ঞান অর্জন সম্ভব? আর তাছাড়া আপনি যে বলছেন যে আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে একটা পার্টিকুলার টপিকে আপনি ডেপথে গিয়ে নলেজ গেইন করতে পারবেন হয়তো, কিন্তু আপনার কি মনে হচ্ছে না যে একটা পার্টিকুলার টপিকের উপরে ডেপথে নলেজ গেইন করতে গিয়ে আমরা হোল সিলেবাসটা থেকে অনেকটা পিছিয়ে পড়ছি? আর তাছাড়া এটা সব থেকে বড় ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজ তো হলো এটা একটা টাইম কনজিউমিং ব্যাপার, তাই না? একটা পার্টিকুলার টাইমের মধ্যে আমাদের একটা হোল সিলেবাস কমপ্লিট করতে হয়। আর তাছাড়া আমরা সবাই জানি, দেখুন, প্র্যাকটিক্যাল নলেজ ইজ মোর ইম্পর্টেন্ট দেন থিওরিটিক্যাল নলেজ। তাই আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে শুধু এইভাবে থিওরিটিক্যাল নলেজ গেইন করে বসে থাকলে তো হবে না, সেটার প্র্যাকটিক্যালি অ্যাপ্লাইয়ের জন্য প্র্যাকটিক্যাল ফিল্ড এক্সপোজারটা ভীষণ গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। কিন্তু আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসে দেখুন যতটা পরিমাণ থিওরিটিক্যাল নলেজ গেইন করছে, সেটাকে কিন্তু প্রপার অ্যাপ্লাই প্র্যাকটিক্যাল ফিল্ডেও তারা করতে পারছে। তাই শুধু ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করে আপনাদের এই থিওরিটিক্যাল নলেজ গেইন করে বসে থাকলে তো হবে না। আর তাছাড়া অন্য একটা বিপক্ষ বন্ধু বলেছেন যে কোনো একটা টিচার যদি অ্যাবসেন্ট থাকে তাহলে হয়তো আমাদের রেগুলারিটিটা মেনটেন হচ্ছে না, কিন্তু আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে আপনারা ভিডিও ক্লিপ দেখে হয়তো সেই রেগুলারিটিটাকে মেনটেন করছেন। কিন্তু দেখুন, ভিডিও ক্লিপ দেখে, প্রিভিয়াস কোনো ভিডিও ক্লিপ দেখে আপনারা যদি কোনো প্রসিডিওর শেখেন, সেটাই কি প্র্যাকটিক্যাল ফিল্ডে প্রপার অ্যাপ্লাই করা যাবে? অ্যাজ অ্যান এক্সাম্পল দেখুন, হয়তো কোনো ভিডিও ক্লিপ দেখে আপনারা মেকানিজম অফ লেবার এই প্রসিডিওরটা হয়তো শিখে নিলেন, কিন্তু এটা ভার্চুয়ালি প্রসিডিওরটা শেখার পরে আপনারা কি সেফলি একটা বেবি ডেলিভারি করতে পারবেন? আর তাছাড়া 3H, হেড, হ্যান্ড, হার্ট, এই তিনটে তো এডুকেশন ফিল্ডে খুব গুরুত্ব আছে না, ইম্পর্টেন্সটা অনেকটা, আমরা সেটা অস্বীকার করতে পারি না কেউ। আমার মনে হয় আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল ফিল্ডে এই 3H, হেড, হ্যান্ড, হার্ট, তিনটে খুব ভালোভাবে ইউজ হয়। কিন্তু আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে হেড ছাড়া হ্যান্ড এবং হার্টের কোনো ভূমিকা কি আদৌ আছে? আপনারাই বলুন।
খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ একটা প্রশ্ন, কিন্তু তার আগে আমরা দেখে নিই, যেহেতু বেবি প্রসঙ্গ এলো, বাচ্চারাই তো শিক্ষার অগ্রগতি, আমাদের সমাজের ভবিষ্যৎ, দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ। দুটো মেথডেরই আমার বক্তাদের কাছে প্রশ্ন আছে যে চাইল্ড সেফটি আমরা কোন দিকে বেশি মেনটেন করতে পারছি, যারা এই শিক্ষার ধারক এবং বাহক তাদের সিকিউরিটি কোন মেথড বেশি প্রোভাইড করতে পারছে। দেখে নেব উত্তর।
চাইল্ড সেফটি নিয়ে বলতে গেলে তো অনেক কিছুই বলা যায়। চাইল্ডের বেসিক নিড হলো সেফটি অ্যান্ড সিকিউরিটি। যেমন দেখুন, ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে বাচ্চারা বাড়িতে থেকে পড়াশোনা করছে, তার ফলে তার যেটা প্রধান সমস্যা, মাদার সেপারেশন অ্যাংজাইটি, সেটাই তো দূর হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তারা ফ্যামিলিয়ার এনভায়রনমেন্টের মধ্যে পড়তে পারছে, তাদের কোনো রকম প্রবলেম হচ্ছে না। আর বিশেষ করে যারা ইন্ট্রোভার্ট, তাদের কথা একবার ভেবে দেখুন, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে তো এই ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস বিশেষভাবে উপযুক্ত। তাদের কোনো রকম অ্যাডজাস্টমেন্ট প্রবলেম হচ্ছে না, কোনো রকম সাইকোলজিক্যাল ডিসঅর্ডারও হচ্ছে না। এমনকি ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসে বাচ্চারা বাড়ি থেকে পড়লে তাদের কোনো রকম হেলথ হ্যাজার্ড বা দুর্ঘটনা ঘটারও সম্ভাবনা কম থাকে।
আপনি বাচ্চাদের ইন্ট্রোভার্টের কথা বলছেন, আবার সেটাকে ভালো বলে দাবিও করছেন। আপনার মতে বাচ্চাদের ইন্ট্রোভার্টটা দরকার, বাড়িতে বসে থেকে থেকে অনলাইনে ক্লাস করুক, ইন্ট্রোভার্সনটা কি কাটিয়ে ওঠা দরকার নয়? যদি এই ইন্ট্রোভার্সন ব্যাপারটা লাইফ লং চলতে থাকে তাহলে একটা বাচ্চার সাইকোলজিক্যাল সোশ্যাল প্রবলেম অবস্ট্রাক্টেড হয়, সেটা বাচ্চার জন্য মোটেও ভালো জিনিস নয়। আর তাছাড়া আমরা তো রোজই নিউজ পেপারে দেখছি কত বাচ্চা দিন দিন ডিপ্রেশনে ভুগছে, সেটার একমাত্র কারণ এই ইন্ট্রোভার্টনেস। এই জন্যই তো অনলাইন ক্লাসে বাড়িতে বসে বসে বাচ্চারা ডিপ্রেশনে ভুগছে, খোঁজ নিন, আপনি দেখুন। আর তাছাড়া আপনি যেটা বললেন চাইল্ড সেফটি এর কথা বলছেন, যেখানে 2021-এ মোস্ট অফ দ্য প্যারেন্টস ওয়ার্কিং প্যারেন্টস, সেখানে 24 আওয়ার্স নজরদারি করা কখনোই পসিবল নয়। সেখানে বাচ্চাকে তার বাবা মারা স্কুলে পৌঁছে দেওয়ার পর নিশ্চিন্তে নিজের কাজের জায়গায় যেতে পারে। আর তাছাড়া এই যে বাচ্চা অনলাইনে ক্লাস করবে সেজন্য একজন সুপারভাইজারের দরকার হয়, যাকে প্রপার ট্রেনিং দেওয়ার দরকার হয়। সেই ট্রেনিংটা দেওয়াও আমাদের পক্ষে একটু প্রবলেমেটিক, কারণ তিনি তো প্রথম থেকেই বাচ্চা থেকেই ওই ট্রেনিংটা সম্পর্কে ওয়াকিবহাল নন, সেজন্য সেই ট্রেনিংটা দেওয়াও আমাদের ক্ষেত্রে একটু প্রবলেমেটিক। আর আপনি বলছেন মাদার সেপারেশন অ্যাংজাইটিটা কোথা থেকে আসবে? আমি একটু আগেই বললাম, যেখানে 2021-এ মোস্ট অফ দ্য প্যারেন্টস ওয়ার্কিং প্যারেন্টস, সেখানে মা কোথায় থাকছে? মাই তো থাকছে না, তাহলে মাদার সেপারেশন অ্যাংজাইটি বা হবে কি করে? বাচ্চা তো তার মাকে প্রপারলি সারাদিন পাচ্ছে না, তাহলে মাদার সেপারেশন অ্যাংজাইটির তো কোনো প্রশ্নই নেই। আর তাছাড়া মায়ের কোলে বসে থেকেই তো আর সারা জীবন শিক্ষা লাভ করা যাবে না। প্রকৃত শিক্ষা কি মায়ের কোলে বাড়িতে বসে থেকে কি অর্জন করা সম্ভব নাকি? তার জন্য তাকে বাইরে বেরোতে হবে, বাইরে এক্সপোজার হতে হবে, পিয়ার গ্রুপ কমিউনিকেশন হতে হবে, পিয়ার গ্রুপ এক্সপোজ হতে হবে পিয়ার গ্রুপের সাথে, তবেই না তার ইন্ট্রোভার্টনেসটা কাটবে, তবেই না সে ভালো প্রকৃত শিক্ষা অর্জন করবে। আমি জানি না আপনি কেন বললেন যে ইন্ট্রোভার্ট বাচ্চারা অনলাইন ক্লাসে ভালো এক্সপোজ হতে পারছে, কিন্তু আমার মনে হয় না এটা ঠিক বলে। কারণ পিয়ার গ্রুপ এক্সপোজ হতে হলে, পিয়ার গ্রুপের সাথে কমিউনিকেট করতে হলে ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসরুমেই একমাত্র এটা সম্ভব। ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসরুম ছাড়া এটা কোনোভাবে অনলাইন ক্লাসে মেনটেন হতে পারে না।
দুপক্ষের বক্তব্যই জোরালো, কিন্তু আমরা বুঝতে পারছি না যে কোন মেথডের এফেক্ট আমাদের সোসাইটিতে কতটা পড়ছে, কোনটা বেশি গ্রহণযোগ্য বা কোনটার ইম্পর্টেন্স বেশি ফিল করছেন আমাদের পেরেন্টস বা স্টুডেন্টসরা। দেখে নেওয়া যাক।
দেখুন, ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসের ফলে আমাদের একটা কিন্তু মোটর অ্যাক্টিভিটি হচ্ছে, যার ফলে আমাদের আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের কোঅর্ডিনেশন হচ্ছে। কারণ আমরা সারাক্ষণ যখন কম্পিউটার বা ল্যাপটপের সামনে বসে কাজ করছি, তখন আমাদের আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের মধ্যে কিন্তু কোঅর্ডিনেশনটা হচ্ছে। শুধু আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের কোঅর্ডিনেশন কেন, আমরা একটা পার্টিকুলার টাইমে ক্লাসটা করার পরে ফ্যামিলি মেম্বারদের সাথে সময় কাটাচ্ছি, সেখানে আমাদের ফ্যামিলি রিলেশনটা আরো ভালোভাবে মেনটেন হচ্ছে। আর অ্যাপ্লিকেশন অফ টেকনোলজি, এই বিষয়টা সম্বন্ধে এখন আমরা সবাই জানি। এই জন্য আমাদের যে এখন পাবলিক স্কুল আছে, সেখানে হায়ার সেকেন্ডারি লেভেলগুলোতে কম্পিউটার অ্যাপ্লিকেশন একটা ম্যান্ডেটরি সাবজেক্ট, এবং সেটা যদি নাও থাকে, আমরা বাইরে থেকে কোনো একটা কোচিং সেন্টারের মাধ্যমে কিন্তু সেই কোর্সটা করে থাকি। কিন্তু ভার্চুয়াল মেথড একটা বাচ্চাকে সেই স্কোপটা দিচ্ছে যাতে করে সে আরো বেশি স্মার্ট এবং অ্যাডভান্স হয়, যার আলাদা করে কম্পিউটার অ্যাপ্লিকেশন শেখার কোনো প্রয়োজনই নেই। আর এই যে আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং হচ্ছে ভীষণ পরিমাণে অ্যাট্রাকটিভ, যার উদাহরণস্বরূপ দেখুন না কেন, এখন নিউজ পেপারে বিভিন্ন রিপোর্ট পেশ হচ্ছে, সেখানে বিশেষ বিশেষ কলেজের অধ্যাপকেরা বলছেন যে যবের থেকে আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টেকনিকটা শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে এসেছে, তবে থেকে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স কিন্তু বহুগুণে বেড়ে গেছে। শুধু অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সই নয়, ছাত্রছাত্রীরা মনোযোগ সহকারে পড়াশোনাটা করছে। আর আপনি বারবার বলছেন না যে ইন্ডিয়া ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি, ইন্ডিয়ার পক্ষে কিভাবে এত খরচ খরচা বিয়ার করা সম্ভব। সত্যিই তো, ইন্ডিয়া তো ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি, আর এই জন্য ইকোনমি একটা বড় ইস্যু। আর সেই জন্য আমাদের ছাত্রছাত্রীরা বিশেষ করে আমাদের রিমোট অঞ্চলের ছাত্রছাত্রীরা বিশেষ করে বেছে নিয়েছে এই প্যাকেজ সিস্টেম, মানে অনলাইন প্যাকেজ সিস্টেমের মাধ্যমে পড়াশোনা, যার ফলস্বরূপ একদিকে তারা যেরকম পার্ট টাইম জব করছে, অন্যদিকে তাদের পড়াশোনাটাও চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে। আপনাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা এই স্কোপটা কোথায় আমাকে বলতে পারবেন? একমাত্র ভার্চুয়ালি একটা স্টুডেন্টকে সেই স্কোপটা দিয়ে থাকে, যাতে করে একদিকে তারা যেমন তাদের পড়াশোনাটাও মেনটেন করছে, অন্যদিকে তাদের ইকোনমিক দিকটাও স্টেবল থাকছে। আর টেকনোলজির অ্যাডভান্সমেন্ট, এই কথাটি এখন অপ্রতিরোধ্য। কারণ আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আর সেই তথাকথিত রামায়ণের যুগে পড়ে নেই, যেখানে শ্রীলঙ্কায় যেতে গেলে আমাদের পুষ্পক রথে করে যেতে হবে, এখন তার বদলে জেট প্লেন চলে এসেছে। ঠিক সেরকম ভাবেই শিক্ষা কিন্তু এক জায়গায় সীমিত নেই, শিক্ষা এখন বিস্তৃত। আর তার জন্যই আগে সমস্ত কিছু আমাদের অফলাইনে হয়ে থাকতো, একটা ফর্ম ফিল আপ বলুন, তার এক্সাম বলুন, রেজাল্ট আউট বলুন, এখন সব কিছু অনলাইন, সমস্ত কিছুই। তাই আপনারাও যদি ইন্ডিয়াকে ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি থেকে ডেভেলপ কান্ট্রির দিকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে চান, তাহলে আপনারাও এবার একটু নড়ে চড়ে বসুন। কতদিন আর ইমোশনের জগতে ভাসবেন? কারণ আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংটা আমাদের ঐতিহ্য হতে পারে, আমাদের পাস্ট হতে পারে, কিন্তু আমাদের ফিউচার এবং আমাদের ডেস্টিনি হচ্ছে একমাত্র ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং।
শুনে নিলাম আমরা ভার্চুয়াল মেথডের ইম্পর্টেন্স, সেটা কতটা দরকার আমাদের ফিউচার লাইফের জন্য। তাহলে কি আমরা ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথডটাকে একেবারেই ছেড়ে দেব? শুনে নেব বক্তার কাছে।
আচ্ছা, আমার বিপক্ষ বন্ধু যে বললেন যে আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এর মাধ্যমে আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের কোঅর্ডিনেশন হচ্ছে, শুধু আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের কোঅর্ডিনেশন হলে কি ফিজিক্যাল এবং মেন্টাল ডেভেলপমেন্টটা পসিবল? আর তাছাড়া এই সামান্য একটা আই এবং ফিঙ্গারের কোঅর্ডিনেশনের জন্য কত ফিজিক্যাল মেন্টাল অ্যাডভার্স এফেক্ট হচ্ছে আপনি জানেন? এই যেমন ধরুন লং টাইম স্ক্রিন এক্সপোজার, আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করতে গেলে তো লং টাইম স্ক্রিন এক্সপোজার থাকতে হচ্ছে, তাই না? এর জন্য ধরুন চোখের উপর যেরকম প্রেশার পড়ছে, সেরকম হেডেক হচ্ছে, ব্যাকএক, নেক স্টিফনেস, এগুলোর মতো অনেক ফিজিক্যাল প্রবলেম ডেভেলপ করছে। পাশাপাশি ইরিটেবিলিটি, রেস্টলেসনেস, অ্যাংজাইটি, ডিপ্রেশন, এগুলোর মতো সাইকোলজিক্যাল প্রবলেমও তো ডেভেলপ করছে না? আর আপনাদের এই ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাসের ফিজিক্যাল এবং মেন্টাল যে অ্যাডভার্স এফেক্ট, এগুলো তো সব থেকে বেশি কিন্তু দেখা যাচ্ছে স্কুল গোয়িং আর প্রি স্কুলার চিলড্রেনদের মধ্যে। আর তাছাড়া আপনি যে বলছেন জেট প্লেনের কথা, তাই না? তো আপনার জেট প্লেন কি গত 8 থেকে 9 মাসে তৈরি হয়েছে? তা তো নয়, এটা নিশ্চয়ই বহুদিন আগেই এসেছে। আমার মনে হয় সেটা ট্র্যাডিশনাল শিক্ষা থেকে এসেছে, তাই নয় কি? তো আপনি যে আমাদের নড়ে চড়ে বসার কথা বলছেন, আমরা তো যতই নড়ে চড়ে বসি, আমাদের দেখুন ট্র্যাডিশনাল একটা ঐতিহ্য, এটা কিন্তু আমাদের ধরে রাখতে হবে। আর ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসের মাধ্যমে কোনো কি ডেভেলপমেন্ট হচ্ছে না? তাহলে ইন্ডিয়া এতদূর এগিয়ে এলো কি করে? আপনি আমায় বলুন, ইন্ডিয়া তো এগিয়েছে তো, সেটা তো ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসের মাধ্যমে। ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথডটা নয়তো প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে আমরা হয়তো একসেপ্ট করেছি, কিন্তু এতদিন তো ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং মেথডটা আপনি আমি ছোটবেলা থেকে তো এই মেথডে অভ্যস্ত। ইন্ডিয়া তো এগোচ্ছে, এটা তো আমরা অস্বীকার করতে পারি না। আর তাছাড়া দেখুন, একটা স্টুডেন্টের সোশ্যাল এবং পার্সোনালিটি ডেভেলপমেন্ট তার পার্সোনাল লাইফে যতটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, ওভারঅল সোসাইটি এবং কান্ট্রির জন্য তো ততটাই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। যেমন ধরুন সোশ্যাল ইন্টারাকশন, ডাইরেকশন, রুলস অ্যান্ড রেগুলেশন, ম্যানার্স, কনস্ট্যান্ট সুপারভিশন অফ টিচার, ইম্পর্টেন্স অফ শেয়ারিং, ইম্পর্টেন্স অফ সোশিয়ালাইজেশন, এক্সপোজার টু পেয়ার গ্রুপ, এগুলো তো সত্যি একটা স্টুডেন্টের প্রপার ডেভেলপমেন্টের জন্য তো অনেক প্রয়োজন। সেটা তো আমাদের ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং তো ফুলফিল করতে পারছে না। এটা আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়েই সম্ভব, যে তারা প্রপার ম্যানার শিখবে, কোথায় কোন কথাটা কত দূর বলতে হবে, কীভাবে বড়দের রেসপেক্ট করতে হবে, এগুলো তো আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়ে শেখানো হচ্ছে ভালোভাবে। আর তাছাড়া একটা স্টুডেন্ট ধরুন অনেক রকম ট্যালেন্ট থাকে, এই যেমন স্পোর্টস, কালচারাল অ্যাক্টিভিটি, রিক্রিয়েশনাল অ্যাক্টিভিটি, প্রবলেম সলভিং স্কিল, আর আদার্স যেসব এক্সট্রা কারিকুলার অ্যাক্টিভিটিস আছে তাদের মধ্যে, তো সেগুলো আপনাদের ভার্চুয়াল ক্লাস কি প্রপারলি এই ট্যালেন্টগুলোকে ওয়ে আউট করতে পারছে? এটা তো আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসেই সম্ভব। এখানে পড়াশোনার পাশাপাশি আরও যেসব এক্সট্রা কারিকুলার অ্যাক্টিভিটি আছে, সবগুলোর মধ্যে দিয়ে কিন্তু একটা স্টুডেন্টের প্রপার ডেভেলপমেন্টটা পসিবল হচ্ছে, তাই না? মেন্টাল, ফিজিক্যাল, সোশ্যাল, স্পিরিচুয়াল, সব রকম ডেভেলপমেন্ট কিন্তু আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাস কিন্তু ফুলফিল করছে। আর তাছাড়া আপনাদের এই ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং মেথডটাকে একসেপ্ট করতে গিয়ে না বাচ্চারা দিন দিন জড়বাদাতে পরিণত হচ্ছে। তাদের মধ্যে একটা মনোটোনাস, একঘেয়েমি ব্যাপার চলে আসছে নাকি? এই লং টাইম স্ক্রিনের সামনে বসে থেকে তারা অনেক ইরিটেবিলিটিতে ভুগছে, অনেক সাইকোলজিক্যাল প্রবলেম ডেভেলপ করছে। এটার অ্যাডভান্টেজ যত না বেশি, তার থেকে তো ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজ অনেকটা বেশি বলে আমার মনে হয়। আর তাছাড়া আপনি যে এরকম এই নিউজ পেপারে বলছেন দেখতে, যে অনেকেই বলেছেন যে অনেকে হয়তো ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিংয়ে যে পরিমাণ অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স থাকতো তার থেকে নাকি ভার্চুয়াল টিচিংয়ে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা অনেক বেড়ে গেছে। তাহলে আপনার আরও একটু খতিয়ে দেখা উচিত, যারা হয়তো টাউন দিকে বাস করছে তাদের হয়তো হ্যাঁ অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সটা বাড়ছে, কিন্তু রুরাল এরিয়াতে কত নেটওয়ার্ক প্রবলেম হচ্ছে, নেটওয়ার্ক কানেকশন তারা হয়তো অ্যাক্সেস করতে পারছে না, অ্যাক্সেস করলেও সেটাকে হয়তো অনেক প্রবলেমের জন্য তারা ঠিকঠাক ক্লাস অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারছে না, যার ফলে একটা গ্যাপ কিন্তু থেকেই যাচ্ছে সবসময়, তাই নয় কি? আর আমাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল টিচিং হচ্ছে একটা স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণ বিষয়, এটা আমাদের ঐতিহ্য, এটা দিয়েই কিন্তু আমাদের এগিয়ে যেতে হবে। এই ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাসের দ্বিতীয় কোনো এর পরিপূরক কিন্তু আর কিছু হতে পারে না। ট্র্যাডিশনাল ক্লাস একটা স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণ বিষয় এবং এটার দ্বারাই আমাদের ভবিষ্যৎ জেনারেশন এগিয়ে যাবে, এর উপর আর কোনো কথা হতেই পারে না।
শুনে নিলাম আমরা উভয় পক্ষের বক্তার বক্তব্য। স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণ ব্যাপারটা কি ভার্চুয়াল মেথডে পাওয়া যাবে না ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথডে, নাকি ফিউচারে স্টুডেন্টদের কথা ভেবে আমাদের দুটো মেথডকেই সমানভাবে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে হবে? শুনে নেব আমাদের জাজেসদের থেকে। তার আগে থ্যাংক ইউ এভরিওয়ান ফর এনজয়িং দ্য মুভমেন্ট, থ্যাংক ইউ জাজেস ফর দেয়ার কোঅপারেশন, and congratulations to all the participants for their performance. Now the floor is open for discussion.
একটা সুন্দর আলোচনা শুনলাম আমরা যে এই অনলাইনের মাধ্যমে আমরা শিক্ষা নেব নাকি ক্লাসরুমের মাধ্যমে। একটা কথা বলি, আমরা সবাই এখানে সায়েন্সের স্টুডেন্ট। ক্রিস্টাল ফিল্ড থিওরিতে যখন বলা হয় যে যখন কেমিক্যাল বন্ডিং হয় সেক্ষেত্রে ইলেকট্রনরা কখনো একটা নির্দিষ্ট স্তর থেকে, আমি পুরো সায়েন্টিফিক টার্মগুলো ইউজ করছি না, নির্দিষ্ট জায়গা থেকে, লেভেল থেকে অন্য জায়গাটায় সহজে জাম্প করতে পারে না। তখন সেই ক্রিস্টাল ফিল্ড বন্ডিং করার জন্য দুটো লেভেলকে একটা জায়গায় আসতে হয়, সেখানেই হাইব্রিডাইজেশন হয়। আমাদের মনে হয় যে কোনো রকম যে কোনো নতুন জিনিসকে আবার যদি কাছে নিতে হয় পুরনোর সঙ্গে একটা হাইব্রিডাইজেশন দরকার। দেখা যাক আমাদের জাজেস ম্যাডামরা কি বলছেন, চলে আসুন।
থ্যাংক ইউ। সুন্দর একটা ডিবেট আমরা শুনলাম। তার মধ্যে যারা ক্লাসরুম টিচিং এর ফরে বলেছে তারাই উইনার হয়েছে, তিনজন জাজের মানে ইয়েতে বিচারে। আর যারা ভার্চুয়ালের পক্ষে যারা ছিলেন তারা সেকেন্ড হয়েছে। আর বেস্ট স্পিকার হয়েছে ক্লাসরুম টিচিং এ গায়ত্রী জানা, ভার্চুয়াল টিচিং এ হয়েছে সুস্মিতা সাউ। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে। আমি আগেই একটা বলেছিলাম ডায়ালেমা থেকেই নতুন জিনিসের তৈরি হয়, আমরা সবসময় বলেছি। সো লেটস কনসেন্ট্রেট অন ডিবেটস, কেননা ডিবেট থেকেই কোনো একটা নতুন ফিউচারের কোনো পাথওয়ে আমরা খুঁজে পাই। আর এই মুহূর্তে আমরা পরে চলে যাব নেক্সট সেশনে, আমাদের লাস্ট সেশন। দিস লাস্ট সেশন উইল বি কালচারাল প্রোগ্রাম অফ আন্ডারগ্র্যাজুয়েট মেডিকেল স্টুডেন্টস। They have prepared a script with dances, recitation, songs, etc. So we will enjoy now this little cultural program in the 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R. Please.
একটা পোডিয়াম শট।
কিসের?
and a struggle for everyone who puts foot on the path of becoming a doctor. But amidst the huge pile of books and notes, overnight studies before exams, and tireless care for the ailing, the MBBS students of IPGME&R make time for themselves and to nurture their passion in the various talents they have been gifted with. Hence, without further delay, we now begin the cultural program of our 65th Foundation Day with the classical Indian flavor of Bharatnatyam by the second year MBBS student Rishita Chatterjee. Thank you, Rishita. Besides being the 65th Foundation Day, 16th January 2021 is also a landmark moment in India's battle against the pandemic of COVID-19. The mass vaccination against the virus, which kept the world locked for about 9 months, has begun in our campus as well with the hope of Sarve Santu Niramaya. May the world be healed. With this prayer in mind, I will call on stage Nitya Mahati Ramkhatla to invoke the blessings of the supernatural through her Vandana.
Hello. Namaste to everyone present here. I'm Nityamati Rambhatlan and I shall be singing a Devi Vandana, the Visalakshi goddess, who is the consort of Vishwanath Swami, the chief deity in Benares. विशालाक्षी विश्वेशी विशालाक्षी विश्वेशी भजरे रे मानस सदा 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 विशालाक्षी विश्वेशी काशीराज्ञी कपालिनी काशीराज्ञी कपालिनी काशीराज्ञी कपालिनी विनोदजालिनी वारिणीं पाशमोचिनीं प्रसिद्धिमीशानीं मुरुगुवचननीं पाशमोचिनीं प्रसिद्धिमीशानीं मुरुगुवचननीं तय्यतकिटनिदपमधिमिपदनिसा तय्यतकिटनिदपमधिमिपदनिसजं तनिदधिङ्गिनदपमधिमितकिटगमपमपदतदनुदनिसनिरसकुन्दतरिङ्गिणतो विशालाक्षी विश्वेशी भजरे रे मानस सदा विशालाक्षी विश्वेशी Thank you.
Thank you, Nitya Mahati. In Bengal, no event seems worthwhile without Tagore and his mesmerizing music. I now request Kaushik Mondol, our first year MBBS student, to put forth his Robindra Sangeet performance.
যে কড লিস্টটা দিয়েছিলিস ওটাই দিবি। কোনটা? একই। হ্যালো, গ্রেডটাকে একটু দেখবো। কোথায় গিয়ে না হুম চ্যানেলটাতে নয়েজ আছে রে, গিটার চ্যানেলটাতে নয়েজ আছে। হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো, গিটারের চ্যানেলটাতে নয়েজ আছে, ডিবিটা কমানো একটু। এক মিনিট এক মিনিট। দেখি হ্যালো
আমার এই দেহখানি তুলে ধরো, যেখানে পড়বে সেথা দেখবে আলো। নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক প্রাণে, নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক প্রাণে। আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এই জীবন পূর্ণ করো দহন দানে। হাই মাঝে ছাড়া ছাড়ি গেলেম কে কোথায়, আর দেখা যদি হলো সখা প্রাণের মাঝে আয়। পুরানো সেই দিনের কথা ভুলবি ফিরে, হাই ও সেই চোখের দেখা প্রাণের কথা সেই ভোলা যায়। আয় আরেক বিবার আয় রে সখা প্রাণের মাঝে আয়, মোরা সুখের দুঃখের কথা কব প্রাণ জুড়াবে তাই। মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই, চিরদিন কেন পাই না, মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই, চিরদিন কেন পাই না। ক্ষণিক আলোকে আশির পলকে তোমায় যবে পাই দেখিতে, হারাই হারাই সদা হয় ভয়, হারাই হারাই সদা হয় ভয়, হারাইয়া ফেরি চকিতে মাঝে মাঝে তব দেখা পাই, চিরদিন কেন পাই না। সিন্ধু পারে বিদেশে আমি চিনি তোমারে বিদেশে। তাহার তার তোমার চরণ লা 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 জীবন যৌবন মম অখিল ভুবন তুমি ভরিবে গৌরবে নিশীথি নিশম তুমি রবে নীরবে হৃদয়ে মম তুমি রবে নীরবে নিবিড় নিভৃত পূর্ণিমা নিশীথি নিশম তুমি রবে নীরবে।
Thank you, Kaushik. What could be a better gift on IPGME&R's 65th Foundation Day than an expression of love and devotion for one's own alma mater through a self-composed recitation? I now call on stage Shivalok Das to recite his verse.
এসএসকেএম এক পরিবার, বিভিন্ন জনের সমারোহে একটি পরিবার এমন যেখানে বিশ্বাসের উপর ভর করে বেড়ে ওঠে মন। দীর্ঘদিন ধরে বুকে জমে যাওয়া মন খারাপ বা অফুরান প্রেম, তার একমাত্র আধার আমার খুব কাছের এসএসকেএম। হৃদয়ে যাকে চায় সে অমূল্য জীবন তোমার দেওয়া। আশা যেখানে দীর্ঘদিন লালিত হয় ভালোবাসার নরম উষ্ণতায়। উঠুক না প্রশ্ন প্রাণহীনতার, বয়ে চলুক সমালোচনার হাওয়া। যেভাবে মেঘ পেরিয়ে আকাশ ছুঁয়েছ, বুর্জ খালিফা কি পৌঁছবে ওই উচ্চতায়? খুব ভয় করে আজকাল, তোমাকে হারিয়ে ফেলবো না তো? যতই হোক এসএসকেএম, তুমি আমার পাশে আছো ছায়ার মতো। বিনিময়ে কিছুই চাওনি, তবু ঋণী করে গেছো বহুবার। স্বপ্নের পথিকেরা তো থাকতে চায় তোমার পরম যত্নের আছে। আজ তোমার জন্যই বাধার পর্বত ভেঙে মুহূর্তকে নিয়েছি মুঠোয় আবার। এসএসকেএম, তোমার চোখে চোখ রেখেই ভরসা থেকে যায় কোথাও আনাচে কানাচে। তোমার মাথার ওপর সূর্যের তেজ শিখর ছড়ায় মাটির গভীরে। এসএসকেএম, তুমি আমাদের আবেগে জুড়ে যাও অচিরে। নমস্কার।
Thank you, Shivalok. Now we have Ankona Bishwas from first year MBBS performing for us a beautiful piece on the guitar.
হ্যালো, মনরথ সাজো আমি সারে সুনীল বেশ কাজের নয়নে সগজ বয়ানে কুসুমে সাজানো কেশ
सखी हम मोहन भी सरे जाऊं, बोलो हम एतत सुख कहाँ पाऊं। যমুনার পারে গহন আধারে ঘনর পবন মাঝে পিয়াসে থামোর বেদনা পাতার মোহে লাগি बैठी আছে। सखी हम मोहन अभी सारे जाऊं, बोलो हम ये तत् सुख कहाँ पाऊं। सखी चिरा भागिनी हम बैठे एकाकिनी पोहानु रजनी तबुनाइलो शाम। सखी चिरा भागिनी हम कृष्ण कजर पिखल सजल नयनेर निर्धारी। ए कठिन पथ बिथा मनोरथ विफलाभिसारी। सखी हम कबू न भी सरे जाऊं, दुख लाज ये तत् सह नहीं पाऊं। वृथा मनोरथ सजो अभिसारे पहले सुनील वेश। काजर नयने सगज बयाने कुसुमे सजनो केस। फिर आजो मोहन भी सरे जाऊं, सखी बोल ये तत् दुख कहाँ पाऊं। नमस्कार।
Now we finally come to the concluding performance of this cultural event. I request the audience to sit back or witness an spectacular dance performance by our MBBS students Rishita and Devoshmita on the song Ghar More Pardesiya.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, सातों जन्म से सिया घर मोरे परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया। आओ पधारो पिया। तरी तदर देना तरी तदर देना समान समान किलूरी नहीं पावन की हरी नहीं कुछ दूसरा न भाई रे। जब से लहराए जाके धनुर धड़ से लागे तब से बिरहा मुझे सताए रे। दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने जाने निर्मोह पिया तेरे बाल से मुड़छट हो रही पिया बनी रे बनी मैं तेरी जोगनिया आखर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया
Hello. By this nice performance, we are concluding our today's event, that is 65th Foundation Day of IPGME&R. Long live IPGME&R, and we are saying forward a good and prosperous year ahead. Thank you.